T-minus 50 seconds. T-minus 40 seconds. T-minus 30 seconds. T-minus 20 seconds. Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
Shout out to Kopish.
Shout out to Kopish,
keep
guys.
all the good work
the
up.
two legends, Emil Heskey, Howard Gill. Can't get much better than that guy. Yeah. You know what to do now. Like, comment, subscribe. I'm with legends, guys.
Kopish.
Good evening, lovely people, and welcome back to another Kopish Call-In live. As always, when we get behind the mic, please make sure you subscribe, comment, and like. Eid Mubarak to our brothers and sisters who are celebrating today. Hope you're all well and blessed after a great month of fasting for you guys. Before I ask you how you're doing, even though I think the result's not going to be the same now at the end of the game, hope you're well, everyone. Hope you're well. Drift, how you doing, my bro?
I'm okay, bro. I'm okay. Life keeps on trying to punch you up, but you gotta bully your way through. You know, you just like you literally have to just try and bully your way through. You know,
I hear you.
But yeah, you know, I've just got to. So one thing about this show, sometimes life gets so hard you can't do the show, as like you obviously know, which is why I had my hiatus. But there's also sometimes where it can just be a nice distraction and get you through. And a lot of people even say that to us, that we help to distract them with their problems and stuff. So sometimes it's nice to come together, even when you've got a lot of stuff going on. You know what I mean? So if there is anyone out there who has got some stuff going on, try and keep your head up, man. And you know what I mean? Just try and push through. On the Arsenal thing, you're right. It's just a shame that we can't actually feel like this will ever become anything. It was just Southampton gave us 20 minutes of a good time in it. That was it, like, basically. But at least they tried, because I thought they were going to get absolutely battered from pillar to post from minute one. So at least they've tried to add a little squiddly in there, but you know.
Look, I think if Southampton did this in the second half, then you'd probably be looking at a result. But it's very early in the game, and Arsenal have been threatening from the moment the first goal went in as well. So I think they'll be fine.
Yeah, big up. I see a couple of people saying they got some stuff going on. Big up yourselves, man. Keep your head up, people. Trust me.
Indeed. So, Drift, I'll be honest, not much in terms of Liverpool news at the moment. To anyone who hasn't, please do check out the Nottingham Forest preview. We did the preview of the Forest Fan TV channel. I'm not going to lie, great bunch of guys. Had a really good laugh doing that. They're really down-to-earth guys, and they know their stuff. So Wild takes about some Liverpool players, but they don't watch us like we watch ourselves. So they're going to only base stuff off highlights, etc. But really good guys. Make sure you go over to their channel and subscribe as well. The only news that came out today from the press conference, the main news, is that Firmino's injured.
Oh, don't lie.
Yeah.
Oh, he was just starting to cook. Oh, man, he was just starting to... Cal, is there an argument Bobby's been our best player this season apart from Alisson?
Yeah. Ibu.
I think Ibu's been... I don't know.
Without Ibu, would have been stripped naked and made to run through the city a few times, bro.
Yeah, no, but without Bobby, we would have probably lost or not won a lot of games this season.
I'm going to pull you back to a game which we lost. Brighton away from home 3-0. Ibu was our man of the match.
Did Bobby play in that game?
I don't think so, no. But Ibu, our centre back, was man of the match for us, and the game we lost 3-0, bro.
No, I hear you, but I'm just
Yeah.
saying if Bobby was fit and playing, maybe we wouldn't have lost the game, innit?
No, oh no. We still would have lost that game.
No, Bobby would have got control of the game, bro. We would have.
Brighton moved to it. Brighton, I don't know what we did to Brighton, but Brighton they said, "Oh, you come to the
Brighton can bun themselves for this season because they've done us over 2 or 3 times this season."
Boy, Brighton are outside chance to get top 4. They really are.
Yeah,
Nice if they got top 4. It'd be a nice little change. Can't lie.
I don't think they will, but they're definitely in a good position. Oh, Southampton. What's up? Man played a 1-2. He actually played the 1-2. My word. And it was a foul as well.
Really quick, just outside of Ali, the reason I can't say Bobby is because he's not played that much. In my opinion, I think it could be, and again, I know this is going to drive people. I know he's going to drive people up the wall. This is kind of the reason I wanted him to leave at the end of this season, because the guy has been literally run into the ground since 2015. Like, we've actually got way more out of Bobby than we should have.
But what's mad though, bro, is the other day when I saw him playing, he was actually like running like old school Bobby again, and I think this is the type of thing that would happen if he was played sparingly where needed and not ran into the ground, because
he doesn't want to do that.
When you're as intelligent and your touch is as brilliant as Bobby's is, I believe if you're used sparingly, you can go from being ran into the ground to recovering. Especially at his age, at 31. Like if he was at 34, maybe not. But at 31, I think he can recover if he's played sparingly, bro.
But he doesn't want to be played sparingly, bro.
No, I get it. I understand why he's leaving. It's just a shame though, because I think he's got 3 more years left in him for his career, and he's definitely got 1 more year in the Prem with Liverpool left in him, in my opinion.
But put it this way, Drift. Say for example, like when he leaves at the end of this season, it's gonna be emotional, isn't it? Like we're gonna be sitting there. Thinking,
Definitely.
The first time since 2017, our number 9's gone, and the Bobby Firmino song, we ain't gonna hear that echoing through Anfield after this season, probably, and all that stuff. Brother, imagine he stayed 1 more season, brother, and his injuries got even worse, which is likely because every season the injuries have been getting worse. At the end of next season, we're sitting there going, why did we keep him? And there's going to be some resentment to him potentially. I don't want that to happen.
Possibly.
You see how, brother, I know I keep on going back to it. You see how Mane left? The only thing that could have made that better is if we actually won the quad and Mane left. Because Mane left right now. You see how Mane's left? Bruv, no one talks about Mane and was like, my man, the wheels fell off my man, you know. Like, obviously at left wing, he wasn't the same player. But you see when he moved central, turn the game around.
No, tell a lie, bro. How he could have left better is if we'd have known he was going to leave and it wasn't during the summer, and his last home game, he got a send-off. It's such a shame that he never got a send-off and he kind of just left like it was out the back door almost.
I don't think he left like he was out the back door. But I hear what you're saying. The problem is, though, Drift, this is why I love Mane. He did that so selflessly because he could have done that.
Yeah,
he could have broken it. But think of what that would have done if he had, obviously we didn't win those last 2 games. Sorry, we didn't win the last game. We won the last game.
No. What I mean is, like, even if like we'd have known at the parade, maybe even where like it could but then it would have been about him and it would have maybe been selfish as well. Hold on. Walcott, he ain't got the pace anymore.
No. Game's gone, Drift. I don't know why you're doing this to yourself, bro.
No. But Walcott literally was just on a 1-on-1 just then. But he referee, have a word.
No, I'm happy Bobby's leaving the way he's leaving.
I
really am.
I
really am. I love the guy, but I think it's time. People, I'm gonna bring you guys in early today. What we are going to do today is be strict with the time of everyone, because what we have been noticing is that some people are getting way more time than others, and we want to keep it fair to everyone because we want to show that we appreciate you all equally. So first and foremost, if you have felt underappreciated because you've got less time than someone else, it's not been on purpose. So just bear with us. We are going to get it right. But come join the conversation, people. We have 3 minutes to come in and say what you want to say. and we will chop it up as well. If you haven't already, please do smash that like button. Though, definitely want to get you guys doing that from early.
Gee, just before we bring the people in, there is one thing that came out today. I don't believe it, but there is one bit of news that come out
Sorry
today.
to cut you. Do you see Declan Rice's goal yesterday still?
Oh, beautiful. He just put £10 million on his price tag there. Bro.
I heard he ain't got
now man's picking up the ball and driving, you know, and banging in goals.
Heard he ain't got tech.
He does run awkward, but yeah, he is a good player.
He ain't got tech, bro. He can't play 6 and 8 still. And centre back.
The guy that a lot of people have been talking about, and Matt was most recently, like out of us lot talking about, is apparently somebody that we are looking at. Thuram. That news came out today. I don't know if you heard about it.
I have heard loosely. Again, I believe when I see it. I've also heard that Kone has turned down a move to PSG apparently as well.
Oh, is it?
That's the rumor. Well,
that would be a bit strange, because I would have thought that would have been the type of place that he would have liked to have gone. So
maybe he wants to play in a more competitive league, bro. Without all the nonsense that goes, because let's be honest, a lot of nonsense does go on at PSG.
No, I hear that, but at his age, what's he? 22, Kone, yeah.
Brother, that don't mean nothing.
No, but you would think that at that stage of his career, that maybe a move like that, he might have that, like, you know, sometimes you get a worry it might not come back around again, so you take it. But you know, if it doesn't go well, you've got so much of your career left ahead of you that it won't be like a bad move. Do you know what I mean? Because like even 2 bad years in PSG, he's still only 24. Someone will still want him, and he's still got a long career ahead of him. Do you know?
Would he get the moves, or would he be touted at clubs like he's being touted now? Because most of the top European clubs want him right now. If he has 2 bad years in PSG, he might not. Look at someone like Draxler, bro. His career just nosedived.
Yeah, that's true.
So it can work both ways. But
I think Draxler's was 2 things though. I think he stayed too long, and I think he was a bit older. If you get what I mean, like maybe, at 22, I think Kone's got the time on his side. Draxler was maybe about 25 when he moved there, and then I think he stayed there way too long. Like he should have left way before he did. You know what I mean? But you're right. You are right. That is a good example though of, like, you know, it could go wrong. You're right.
Indeed. Right, people. I'm gonna bring in the first caller. He's got a green screen this week. We see you, Jay. Big up to Jay, the activist in the building.
What's going on?
Not too bad, brother. How you doing?
Nothing. I see Drifty over here dressed like a tourist. He looks like he's in England for the first time.
But this is Kopish merch, bro. This ain't Liverpool.
It's the hoodie hat combo that's doing it for you.
I'm doing my Klopp impression today, bro. That's what I'm doing.
But yeah, man, these I think we're getting Gravenberch. I feel like that's almost done at this point. Because
I don't, you know, Jay,
he couldn't.
He could not. Him, bro.
They're gonna keep him against his will. That's not gonna look. That just never works out. That never works out. I mean, he couldn't even get into the game against Bayern, or not against Bayern. He plays for Bayern. Against City, couldn't get any game time in that.
Yeah,
in that game,
not even a sniff.
I mean, I remember people were saying Upamecano was better than Konate. Shocking again, back to back on the world stage.
He might be one of the worst defenders in the top divisions. I'm not.
No. I honestly, I think he. I think
what's the difference between Upamecano and Tyrone Mings?
Everything.
Oh, stop. I think
no. Honestly, what is the difference?
No, Drift. I can't let you do this, bro.
No. I won't let you do it.
He had 2 bad games against City. Don't get me wrong.
He was terrible in the World Cup.
But
he was poor last season.
He wasn't. No, Drift. He has some bad games. He's not that bad. Let's relax,
guys. This is actually what a commentator said.
Yeah, I know.
That's funny.
It was a
and let's not forget Harry Maguire.
I called him Upper Maguire, you know.
Harry Maguire was even more
shocking. Don't get me wrong, yet. I agree with you. He's overrated. He's not as bad. Like, if he came to the Premier League, like, he'd still be one of the better defenders. That
I
might
don't-
speak volumes for
I don't.
defending across the game, but
I'd rather Liverpool sign Dan Burn.
you say that now. I don't mind.
No. Konate's clear, but like let's not dunk
Yeah.
on that bad.
I think he's just got pace and that's it. I swear down.
He
But
don't
anyway.
have good decision making apparently either. But anyway, yeah, I think Gravenberch is gonna happen. Thuram, I like him a lot. Good size, good tech. I think he's gonna be a good player for us. If we get him, that is, but because we're linked with everybody at this point. You saw what his agent put out, right? That both teams in Manchester want Mason Mount.
And Arsenal apparently.
I don't buy that for it. What's he gonna do at City? He gonna another Calvin Phillips? Just homegrown on the bench? That's what he's gonna do?
They might get rid of Calvin Phillips and bring him in for their homegrown quota. Who knows?
Exchange her for what? Might as well keep Calvin Phillips. You don't play anyway.
Yeah.
Just spending money just to spend it at this point? You already got everybody looking at you because of financial fair play, right? So yeah,
Right.
that's that. Yeah, I mean the win was good this weekend. That was nice to have.
Yeah.
I feel like everybody's Jota scoring because I'm still scared to death of his injury record, so I would still consider selling him. But it's not nothing to do with his ability. Like I rate him highly. It's just the injury record at this point. But yeah, it's been a good week for us for once, relatively speaking. Oh, we unbeaten in our last 3.
Real talk. That's real talk. Still.
Yeah, I mean, that says a lot because we're Bagel FC at this point. Nothing in the middle, nothing in the middle of the park. It's bad, but yeah, I'm not gonna hold y'all up too much. Just give us some good vibes today. No need to be
try, bro. We'll try.
too
You
negative
started
about
the good vibes, bro. You
I
started.
mean, nothing
for
to be
real.
too negative about.
Yeah, agreed.
Just a pretty standard week. Hopefully, Bobby can get fit again. But we have good depth up front. So I'll let it go. I'll let y'all go for yeah. Oh,
Yeah, man.
I also have
Big up
I have
as
one
always,
question.
Go for it,
Why don't
brother.
you tell the people some Kop-ish lore? How did Kop-ish come to be? Why don't you give us a little bit of that? Keep the good vibes going. I'm pretty sure I've heard little tidbits from y'all going back and forth a little bit. Apparently Matt used to go to the barber with y'all.
Yeah. Matt and Drifty rushed me and said I had to. No, I'm joking. I'm gonna join up, fam. Shut up. Oh yeah. Now we'll go through that. Brother.
Yeah, we'll go through that, man. But
All
big
right,
up as always,
All
G.
right, Jay.
All right,
thank
y'all. Have
you
a good
always,
day.
man.
Big
Bless
up,
you,
man.
bro.
Have a good weekend, man. Big up, G. Jay says it as well. There's
No, said what hotel you staying at.
The Ritz, baby.
Only the finest.
Only the finest. 5-star, baby. Yeah, so basically what happened was we told Cal that there was an initiation and he wasn't gonna know what the initiation was until it's being initiated.
Fight back.
Until we are the initiated. And yeah, basically we we took him out, we tied him up to a pole, and then we paid no, fully clothed.
Okay,
and then we paid a female to strip him when we was gone, and then we left him there for 24 hours, and then when we came back, if he was still alive, then he was in. I think it was like the middle of November, so we didn't think he was gonna make it, to be honest with you.
Something similar to that, actually, to be fair. To be honest, I keep on saying I know Matt and Drift never kind of take it and just run with it. But the fact of the matter is, I was a nobody in the football or content creation world. And to be frank, Matt and Drift took a chance on me. They had built up a good community with the Football Banter Show, with Dev and Gaz. Decided to rebrand and took a punt on me, and I was in a great position to say yes. So I'm very fortunate to be in this position with Kopish, and I attribute that to Matt and Drift. So, and again, I know Drift and Matt will do the humble thing and be like, no, you're a cool guy. And so, the fact of the matter is, they didn't. They could have chosen most other Liverpool fans. They decided to choose me, and I'm forever grateful. So,
yeah, man, it was a great decision. Never ever regret it. Never will. But yeah, man, it's been a blast, man. It's been a blast. It really has. I mean, the caveat behind the scenes is we did, like, you and me were friends for about a year, and you and Matt knew each other for about 2 years before we did it. So it wasn't a thing of like it was only because you was a YouTuber. Like there was a friendship there, but yeah, it was a no-brainer, man. It was a no-brainer. I still remember when I pulled Matt to one side and I was like I want to bring Callum in, and he was like, yeah, like he didn't even. It's like, yeah. Yeah, like it wasn't even a conversation. I was like, should we call him? I was like, yeah. Like, I was like, and it wasn't even a thing. It wasn't like, oh yeah, let's think about it, or rare. Like, you know what I mean? It was just a vibe, man. And we never looked back, man. You know what I mean? And I think the people are happy we did it as well, man.
Nah, appreciate it, man. Appreciate it. All right, let's get the next caller in. I'm not gonna lie, at this point, bro, you might have to change your name, but I'm still gonna big you up regardless because you backed it for a few years now. Cow's Nettle Army, welcome to the show, bro.
I can't do it, man. Man said rebrand, bro. You man can rebrand with the people Van der Days. You think I can, bro? You think I can? I can't rebrand. I can't rebrand the company. You see what I have, man? It's what they know me.
No, that is actually true for real.
I can't brand, bro. The closest I did was Cow's Nettle Army to CNA, man. You know what I mean? CNA, CBS. You know what I mean? Put it on a media outlet, bro. That's the closest I can do for rebranding. It is what it is, man. Innit? Gotta hold it, but. Yeah, man.
Hey, how you doing, bro?
Listen, man, it's Eid for me today, so like a great celebration just came back, and all of that. Catching up on the Arsenal game. Don't go anywhere. Arsenal still losing.
Nah, they're gonna win it, but it was a good 45, innit? It was a good 45.
I don't know about that, Drifty, man. I'm watching the game, and I can't lie. Southampton, they're very resolute. They're playing very deep, and their counter attacks are very, very coordinated. I think this is probably one of the better teams I've seen play against them at the Emirates, man. That's.
Although what I will say, not to cut into your time, is Bournemouth played better than what Southampton are playing, and Arsenal still managed to get the win. So I think they'll get the win. Do you know what I mean?
I disagree, man. Disagree. The only reason why I say I disagree is because I think Southampton are dominating the ball a lot better than Bournemouth. Bournemouth was just a pure 10-man in the own 18-yard box. Like it was a park.
In the second half, yeah, you're right. In the first half, though, I think Bournemouth played really good football though in the first half. But yeah.
No, listen, I came in today. I wanted to ask you guys a few questions about the new upcoming season and what positions that we should go for. If we're going to keep with this new system, I think personally we need a new left centre-back. Not disrespecting Robertson or whatever. I just don't think he can play that position. For me, this new left centre-back has to be comfortable on the ball, left and right. He has to be dominant in the air, and he also has to be good defensively one-on-one. And as much as I think Robertson is good defensively left back, left centre-back is a whole different ball game. It's a whole different ball game when it comes to playing left centre-back. So, me personally, if there's a few teams that come in for Robertson, I would definitely sell him, and I would go for Levi Colwill. That's for me. For me, there's three options that I would go for. Varvido, but I don't think the money is available for that. Goncalo Inacio from Sporting Lisbon, I would go for. But my top number one priority would be Levi Colwill. I think Chelsea would sell him between 35 to 40 mil. I think he's been Brighton's best player this season. Better than Caicedo, better than McAllister.
He's only played 10 in the league or something like that, though, bro.
I think he played 13, 14, but I've watched nearly every Brighton game this season. He's impressed me more than any of their players. I think Caicedo has been really, really good, but Colwill is a different breed, man. He's a different breed. We need to go get this guy. And for me, Chelsea are idiots, man. Why would you buy Badiashile when you have one of the best up and coming left centre back, probably in world football, in my opinion? Maybe Varvido. And another question that I would ask is midfield. For me personally, I would move on Henderson and Fabinho this summer. just because not to do with I think we need to rebrand our midfield. And Curtis Jones, I don't think we're going to sell him. Naby Keita, Ox, they're going to move on. If Milner gets a new contract, I may just lock myself up for a year because there's no point of talking in it anymore. Milner, if Milner gets a new, I think Cal will remember in 2021 we were talking about it, and I told him Milner cannot get a new contract. If Milner gets a new contract 2 years after that, man, I can't talk anymore about him, man. It is what it is. And Drifty, I know you're gonna hurt when I say this. Henderson has to go, man. He has to go. I can't even have him as a squad player anymore, man. Because Milner in 16, 17, 17, 18.
Lock your door. Lock your door.
Bro, I got the shooters outside, man. I'm good today. I'm good today.
You're gonna need an army, bro.
1000%, man. I know who Drifty is, man. Big up my boy, man. But listen, when it comes to Henderson, Drifty, man, people say he can play the Milner role. Milner could play different positions at a very good to high level. I'm telling you this, man. Henderson can't play one position to an even good level anymore. Not one. Can't play 6 anymore to a decent level. 8 he can't play because he doesn't have the technical security. He's not good at crossing, not good at defending, not good at shooting. What does he do? No disrespect. It's just, are we going to keep a man for just clapping and shouting? That's just me, man. But listen, I'm not coming for Henderson only. Fabinho is done as well. The guy's legs is finished as well. So if people think that I'm just having here to come in for a Henderson agenda, you must be wrong. Fabinho has to go as well. I would get rid of Curtis Jones. Firmino leaving. Listen, it is what it is. But listen, man, I don't want to hurt my boy Drifty, man. So Drifty, I don't know who else you like in this squad, Drifty. But I'll back you up on that, my guy. That's why I'm backing you, bro. But listen, man, I love the people that are waiting in the chat. I don't want to disrespect them, so I'll move on. But last thing I say before everybody leaves, these guys are one of the best Liverpool YouTubers around, guys. Smash the like button. Follow these guys on Twitter, on anything, on any platform. Give a like, subscribe. Also, share to any of your friends or family. And yeah, man, it's an honor to speak with you guys and Cal. And Drifty, when you were saying it was one of the most easiest decisions to bring on Cal, I think that was the greatest decision Kopish ever made, man. Because Cal is a 100%, one of the best, middleman on TV, man. This guy plays that role perfectly, man. So big up to you, Cal, man.
Yeah, you say worth it. I'm not gonna lie, but appreciate it. I appreciate you, bro.
Yeah, 100%.
Big up yourself, bro. Big up, bro.
Man.
Big up. I've only got one thing to say about that.
Oh boy. All right. So left centre. All right. So here's the thing. Everyone's talking about a new formation. We actually haven't changed formation. We've just changed tactics. And I'm not even saying that to try and be an idiot or anything, but there's a big difference between changing formation and changing tactics. The formation's still the same because Trent is still covering right back. However, he's got more license to come infield as opposed to be higher up and playing that sort of half space in between right back and right winger now and right centre midfielder. So effectively, he's now just doing deep line playmaker and right back. That being said, I do think we need a left-footed, left-sided centre back. But I don't think that should be at the detriment of Robertson, because I don't think we'll do the inverted thing in every game, because I don't think we'll need to do it in every game. Plus, if we start doing it in every game, you'll get found out. So the talk of selling Robertson for me is premature. So for me personally, I wouldn't sell Robertson because I think there are games where you're going to need fullbacks to be doing the fullback job.
Yeah.
Plus, if let's say, for example, you do start with, I don't know, a Colwill, Gvardio or Inacio on the team sheet as left back, you're kind of saying to everyone already, this is the formation we're going with today. Let's see what happens in it. So for me, I think we should get a left-footed, left-sided centre-back, and the main priority for that centre-back should be to challenge Virgil for his starting spot, whether it be in the new tactical switch we've done, or in a 4-3-3 or 3-5-2 or 3-4-3, etc. A left-footed, left-sided centre back just gives us more options. The reason
It's
why
weird we don't have one as well. Like
it's very weird. It's very weird.
We haven't had one since we let Sacco go, have we?
Brother, you forgetting the one and only Klavan, brother.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Do you know, I forget he plays for Liverpool sometimes.
The Estonian emperor.
Not in a disrespectful way, but I forget.
Klavan Door, bro, yeah? Put some respect on my man.
That was still a while ago, though. Klavan was
the Estonian emperor.
That was 5 years ago.
In terms of Badiashile at Chelsea, I actually think it's a smart move, because if you look at Chelsea's squad, when you strip it all back, you've got Badiashile and Colwill as their left-sided centre-backs if they go three at the back. You've got Thiago and Koulibaly as a central centre-back. And then you'll have Trevor Chalobah and Wesley Fofana as the right-sided centre-back. So they've got 6 very good centre-backs there. So I actually think it's smart that they've got Badiashile, but they just obviously need to find a way of getting everyone playing time. Hendo and Fabinho to go. I agree, but I don't think it happens this summer. I don't think we sell either this summer. I don't think we get another DM. I think Flacco and Hendo stay. I think Hendo should be club captain, but I think we need an on-pitch captain, because me personally, I wouldn't be playing him loads next season.
Yeah.
I yeah. I don't
think Henderson should be starting, but I definitely don't think he should go.
I do. I think if Henderson wasn't the captain, I don't see why people would be saying to keep him. And I think you can't just be staying because you are the captain, if that makes sense.
It's a tough one. Let's not go too deep.
Yeah,
it's just going to end
look,
up.
If I start saying stuff, it's going to seem like I'm just attacking him, and I don't want to do that, because I do love Henderson. But from a footballing standpoint, I do think he should. I think he should be moved on, or if he's not moved on, I think he should be our 7th or 8th choice centre midfielder, depending on how many we have.
Yeah, I think there's a big misconception about a lot of players in the team. Like I can't remember who it was that I was listening to the other day. Whoever it was, big up yourself if you ever hear this. But they were making a point that there's players like Chadwick and Silvestre and players like that were in the Man United squad when they were dominating, because it's kind of almost impossible to have like 26 absolute bad boys. Do you get what I mean? So like, I think players like Henderson, I think it gets blown out of proportion a bit too much when people say, "Oh, gotta go." As I said to you, like if they're the 7th or the 8th choice midfielder, I don't think that's a bad thing.
I think the game's changed now to be carrying those sort of players, though. Silvestre at Man United, I don't think was ever a passenger. Remember, Fergie got rid of him, shipped him off to Man United's old retirement home, Arsenal.
Yeah, but like obviously, like he was never like quite of the level, but like it wasn't a big deal. Yeah, like Silvestre had maybe 1 or 2 good seasons, but then it kind of did become apparent that he wasn't quite up to Man United level. I mean, that's why they let him go, bro.
But Silvestre had a good little run, bro.
Not really. I mean, why'd they let him go then, bro? To a rival as well. Like, you don't sell to Arsenal if you rate.
No, but that's what I'm saying. Because Silvestre was coming to the end, but Silvestre was there a good few years, if I'm not mistaken. And he was one of their better players for a long time.
I just think he was one of those okay players. Like he was just one of them kind of, he's just an okay player in their team.
Nah, he was better than. But he was there for almost a decade, bro.
Yeah, and he was just an okay player. That's what I'm saying. Like he was never like brilliant, and it was never like.
Silvestre was one of them.
You rated Silvestre, yeah?
Oh, he could play left back and centre back. He was kind of really important to them.
He was a little bit versatile, but like
he was really important to them, bro.
Like, all right, maybe someone like John O'Shea then maybe. Like he just went about his business, wasn't great, filled in now and again. Like, and Man United were dominant. Now you had someone like that. Do you know what I mean? Like everyone in the team doesn't have to be like an absolute bad man. Do you know what I'm saying?
No, I hear that, Drift, but 2 things I'll say is, 1, the game's moved on because there are so many more competitive teams now. Whereas at that time, it was only really Arsenal and Man United, or Man United and Chelsea. It was Man United and one other. Whereas now it's Man City, it's Arsenal, it's Liverpool, it's Chelsea, it's Man United, it's now Newcastle. So I don't think you can get away with that now. Plus, there was only like 1 or 2 in the squad. Whereas I feel like we are carrying quite a lot in the squad at the moment.
Oh, no, we are. But if we do get rid of I don't want to be disrespectful and say deadwood, because it does kind of sound bad, man, when you say it. But we've got quite a bit of deadwood that is leaving anyway, like Ox and Naby. You got Bobby leaving. I don't think it's bad to have 1 or 2 when after we replace those guys. Do you know what I mean? I've got a feeling Milner will go as well. I think Milner will go. I don't think he'll get a new deal. And then therefore, that's Milner, Ox, and Naby that'll be gone out the squad. And then really Henderson and Flacco, unless Flacco does do what I hope he can do and recover his form, will be the only players that you look at this current squad that would still be here and go, yeah, they're just the okay players. It's good to have them around in the squad. Do you know what I mean? Like everyone else, I think people would agree everyone else should be staying. I don't really think there's anyone who's got an issue with really anyone else that would be in the team once those guys leave. Once Milner, Bobby, Henderson, and Ox go, do you know what I mean? Like Carvalho maybe go on loan because he's young still. Like I don't know. I don't think it's a bad thing to just have 1 or 2 people in the squad.
Well,
you know what I mean?
So I know we weren't gonna. Let's not spend long on this so we can get the rest of the callers in, bro. Have you heard the rumor that Calvin Ramsey is potentially going to be let go in the summer as well? I've only just seen it. I don't know if it was on loan or
that's news to me, bro.
But I'll be real with you. You see last summer's transfer window, that could go down as one of our worst in history. Not because of the people we brought in, but one, how they've been utilized, and 2, what we didn't do. But also, have you even seen what Klopp said about Nunez and said he's a project player?
No, I haven't, no.
He's a project player. And the reason I have frustration with that is nothing to do with Nunez. It was the fact of you brought in a project player to replace Mane, and you didn't surround the project player with more quality coming into the window. You put all the pressure on a project player. For me, that's very negligent. Very negligent of the club. It's not good at all. And I mean, me and Matt did say he was a project player when we signed him. We got lit up in the comments, and it wasn't because we think he's rubbish. It's just you can tell he's not refined yet. If we had Nunez last season when we still had Mane, bro, we'd have won the quad. We'd have actually won the quad. Because Nunez would have been fine. Because he wouldn't have just been thrown in the deep end like he has this season. He wouldn't have been shifted out left and in a different formation and having to be doing left wing back and all that. Nunez has been messed about by the club this season, and I genuinely hope for his sake that he's treated properly next season, because there is a player in there, but he needs to be allowed to thrive.
And it's mad. If I'm not mistaken, Nunez has a 19 GA, right? He's got
Something
a
like
GA
that,
of
yeah.
19. I mean, that's pretty impressive for someone who's meant to be a flop, right?
Yeah, anyone who's saying he's a flop,
I think
that's agendas. That's all agendas, because they had him down as being a flop, and now have realized he's not a flop. So they can't now go back on their word and say he's not a flop. That's agendas. When you've got players like Richarlison and all these other players, those are the Mudryk, those are flops. Talk about them. Nunez hasn't had a brilliant season, but he ain't no flop.
He's actually got 1 more goal at this point than Mane had in his whole first season.
Context.
I know there's context because Mane was in a worse team and stuff, so I get that. But I mean, there's an argument to say we had a better season Mane's first year than we're having now, though.
Mane went AFCON, and he also got injured around this time in his first season.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he got that knee. I think Mane missed the last 7 or 8 games, didn't he? Yeah.
And he was a right winger. So.
But Nunez is playing left wing, though.
But if I'm not mistaken, from what I remember, going off the top of my head, Mane didn't have as many clear-cut chances as Nunez has had.
No. Mane was an absolute revelation. Yeah. He was an absolute revelation. Like, without Mane, we would have had no pace. Do you remember that? We had no pace before we brought Mane.
I remember when he went AFCON.
Our front three was it Firmino, Lallana, and Coutinho, I think. So there wasn't really any pace in our attack at all.
And Sturridge now and again.
Yeah, but I think Sturridge was like really injured at that point. That was when Klopp started saying things like people need to know what real pain is and all that. That was a boy thing. I'm not gonna lie. That was a boy thing when Klopp said that still. But yeah.
Right, let's quickly help these subs before we get the next caller in. LFC Network says Eid Mubarak to my Muslim brothers and sisters around the world. Inshallah, we win tomorrow. Callum, can you please drop the beat for Eid? Yeah, you know what? 100%. Big up to everyone celebrating today. Danny Up the Red says, wondering both of your thoughts on the upcoming Michael Jackson biopic going to be played by his nephew. Just hope they do it from Jackson 5 to his death. I'm very much looking forward to that. I'm a big MJ fan, so I'm very much looking forward to that.
I didn't even know they were doing that actually. So,
yeah,
man, that's news to me. As long as it's done properly, man.
Yeah. Brendan, apparently Nagelsmann has rejected Chelsea.
You know what? The reason why I started that one was just to remind me. Big up Sammy. I know Sammy's in the chat. Me and Sammy were talking today about this, and just how much of a manager shift there's going to be, because apparently even Ancelotti might be leaving Real Madrid to be the Brazil manager, apparently. So there could be a lot of shifting going around.
Bloody hope so.
And what's mad is that, in my opinion, Nagelsmann's failure at Bayern Munich, I think, puts him back into being a project manager, not a top manager. And I actually think Chelsea is a bad move for him. There's a lot of pressure to have instant success at a club like at Chelsea. Right. And I actually think Tottenham would be the perfect club for Nagelsmann. Oh, it's a team.
I disagree.
Bob, it's a team that can be good if they do things properly. It's a team that are project-based, have young players. You'll get more time than you will at other clubs. And the fan base aren't used to winning. And I don't mean that shady. So they're not going to just be like, why aren't we winning? Why aren't we winning? Why aren't we winning? They'll actually allow you. If you look like you know what you're doing. Because remember, Poch's first season at Tottenham was a little bit shaky, but he showed a bit of progress. Second year, then he really started to kick on. And then he became the brilliant manager that he was, or that he showed at Southampton. So I think Nagelsmann would actually be better off going to Tottenham. I really do. Tottenham are like playing for RB Leipzig. RB are like what, the 4th or 5th best German team. That's what Tottenham are. They're like
third best. They're the 3rd best.
Do you think so? Well, I mean, it does. Like Leverkusen, Mönchengladbach have won the league. It kind of fluctuates a little bit.
RB's definitely the 3rd best in that league.
Would you have said they were when he was there, though? Because it was a while ago, remember, when he was there. It was at the beginning of their kind of project. I would still say they're kind of on the same level as clubs, though, anyway. Not obviously history-wise. I'll be new, but I think it would be a great move for him. I think he should go to Tottenham. I think it'd be terrible.
I completely agree with everything you said about Chelsea. Chelsea's they'd be a terrible move from. I think Tottenham equally would be a terrible move, but for different reasons. Tottenham just needs to get their act in order, and they need someone proper in there who's established and has experience. Because I think he just reminds me of Andre Villas-Boas at the moment. If he makes the wrong couple of moves, he's done. Football's a cutthroat industry.
I heard that he's not even a manager anymore, Villas-Boas.
I think he is somewhere, but remember how much hype he had.
Here's another one I'll tell you that I was talking with Sammy about just quickly. Mourinho wins Europa League, his stock goes right back up. Is a big club going to take a shot on Mourinho again? Because if you do back-to-back European titles with Roma, your stock goes right back up, bro.
But with who? But PSG are the team that's touted, though.
That's what I'm saying, Bob. I think a big club like PSG might take a punt on Mourinho. One last hurrah, bro.
Shall I tell you why I'm all for it? I want to see the battle between Mourinho, Neymar, and Mbappe.
That's exactly what Sammy said.
See, right?
That would be a madness.
That's what I want to see, bro.
Yeah, that would be. And just quickly as well, I don't even like the man. But does Mourinho's argument of being better than Alex Ferguson start to look a little bit realistic if he does actually do this and makes the comeback he's made and then gets European supremacy back for Roma? does the comment, because you know a lot of people right now kind of dismiss Mourinho can talk to Fergie. If he does back-to-back Europeans, bro, I don't even like Mourinho, but is there an argument he can actually go back into that conversation?
Let me sleep on that one.
It's a madness, but because
Let me
I
sleep
thought he
on
was
that.
done, and everyone said he was done, and he might be about to win the Europa League back-to-back European madness, bro.
No,
I don't know, man. I don't know, and I don't
it.
even like the guy, but you know what I'm saying.
I hear
That's mad.
Jade Activist says Arsenal more than a win. They need goal difference. Yeah, that's true as well. Jay says Callum A. Smith in it, obviously with the basketball knowledge and that. Rate me, people, rate me. Ab says, how do I call in? We usually I see Sadiq in the background shaking his head. Ab says, how do we call in? The link's usually released at the beginning of the show, and then you got to jump in quite quick, bro. LFC Aaron says, I love Henderson, but get rid. Gabos, game ain't based on sympathy. I might have to use that acronym. I do like that. Drift's face is not happy right now. Jade Activist says, my birthday tomorrow. I'm gonna change this birthday beat. Yes, you can get the birthday celebration beat.
Cal, you didn't even make it better, bro.
I know.
You
I
said,
realized,
yes, you
bro.
can get the birthday celebration.
I'm on some
beat.
Jeremiah thing. Sounds like I'm on some Jeremiah thing, innit? It's your birthday, so I know you want to ride. Ed, father of two men, David. Liverpool too loyal to Cater and Ox last summer. Need to be more ruthless this summer. Since Genie left, we have lost intensity in midfield. We need to replace him properly to get back to that level. Facts. Completely agree with everything in that super chat.
I think most of the people we've been linked with would be able to bring back that intensity, though. I think McAllister, Caicedo, I think most of the people we've been linked with, they would bring back that energy. You're right. Yeah. Even Thuram, all these people we're being linked with, I think they would all bring back that energy. You know what I mean? One of the worst decisions FSG have ever made was not giving him a new contract. Madness.
Here's the thing, though. I fully agree with what you're saying there, Drift. But it should have been a new contract to Genie and still someone else coming in as well.
Yeah. Like, I even saw Genie come back from his leg break and he's still playing bloody brilliant. Man had a leg break and he's come back and he's still playing well. I love that guy. You know?
Yeah, same, man. All right, let's get our next caller in. Mr. Receipts himself. Jamal, welcome to the show, bro.
Give me a sec.
You're on mute, brother. There we go.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
We hear you, bro. How you doing?
Give me a sec, boys. Big up yourself, Jamal.
Yeah, man. Yeah. First, I want to start the show off by saying Chelsea. You know, if it wasn't for them, Carl, you know, we will be the laughing stock of this season. I know we still are, but bro, Chelsea is on a new level. Because you know when I know it was jokes, you bring back Lampard.
Yeah.
You know this guy did so bad at Everton. And his first spell at Chelsea at the end was so toxic. Yeah. And you bring him back, bro. This Chelsea thing, I wouldn't lie. It's funny, man. It's too funny. But the thing I want to talk about is I'm shocked, Carl, that you have Arsenal winning this title. Because let's get it right. You get plenty things correct and you get plenty things wrong. It's part of the game. Because no one does speak when you get things correct. And yeah, you did say we was gonna lost City bad, and we did. Yeah. But I can't agree on this Arsenal in the lead one, because Carl, we know how City get at the end of the season.
I know.
We know. And yeah. Well, you was gonna say something?
No. Sorry, I'm just agreeing. I hear you.
Yeah, we know. And this is the thing about football. In the start of the season, it's all about football. Coming to the end, it's about mentality. It's about what's in your brain, what's in your mind. We know how it is mentally. And bro, I'm watching it. Arsenal are not playing good. They're not handling the pressure. I seen cracks because I was listening to some Arsenal fans, and they say normally Saka goes low and hard in his penalties. He raised it against West Ham. That's pressure. And people have to remember, this Arsenal team is very young. I think they're the youngest team in the Premier League.
Yeah, one of them, yeah.
Yeah. And
my days, it's 3-1.
You see what I'm saying?
My days, it's 3-1.
No, yeah, that's what I was telling Kal.
Do you believe it?
Yeah. Guys, they're gonna get cooked.
Oh no!
They're gonna get cooked.
Oh,
yeah,
no,
it seems to be crumbling around them.
Sorry to cut you, Jamal. Everyone watching right now, yeah, this is what I mean when I say I'm not the most shameless on the channel. Because look at Drifty right now.
Oh no!
Drift, are you sure there's no VAR? Are you sure there's no offside? Come on, this is the goal good?
Yeah, I think so, bro.
Is it? Oh, we need it.
It looks good.
Yes. Yeah,
No way you can be offside. It's a beautiful finish.
Yeah.
Alex Jordan.
No, we have to say
I didn't even say anything. All I did is say, "Oh no!"
Yeah,
the world is crumbling around them.
Yeah, they're not gonna win this title, man. Because I was telling Kal,
guys, all jokes aside, though, and I'm not just saying this. Arsenal aren't playing well, but with 25 minutes plus stoppage time left, it isn't beyond the realms of possibility that they could still win this game. So
they could.
And here's the wickedest thing, because sorry to cut you, Jamal, we won't start.
No problem.
I truly believe, bro, that there's a few factors that could play into why I believe Arsenal is still going to win the league, bro. And it's not even about Arsenal's, because I agree with you. Arsenal aren't really a good team. They've just been playing brilliant football. And I know that might sound like I'm contradicting myself, but hopefully you lot get where I'm coming from. There aren't very many individuals in the team that are brilliant and exceptional. But as a team, as a collective, they've been playing really well. And they've been doing the ticky-tacky, nice stuff, boom, 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 boom. And as you said, correctly, Jamal, at the beginning of the season, when the pressure's off, that all looks pretty. And then when it does get to the pressure part, this is when your Vincent companies to really push you over the line, and they don't really have those type of players. So I agree with you to that degree. But what's worrying me about the whole, if I was a City fan, is it's a lot to take on when the opposition only has one thing. You lot got to remember, been in these races with City, we've also always been playing loads of games with them, and we're both right till the end. If we'd only had one game a week, maybe we would have won a few of those leagues that we didn't win when we were City. But we were always in the Champions League still and doing all that. Do you know what I mean? And doing the not having much rest and rare. I think the Real Madrid game is going to take a lot out of City. It's going to take a lot out of them, emotionally and physically. They're in the FA Cup final as well, so they're going to have another game. Nathan Ake's a major blow. That hamstring, he's not really going to play again if he's pulled his hammy. You know what I mean? You're out for about a month if you pull a hammy. He's been a major key in their cog. So I'm just looking at a few things and I'm thinking it's not beyond the realms of possibility for City to win. Of course it's not. But I do truly believe that they may get sidetracked and the Brighton game for City is away. That's a tricky game for City as well, the Brighton away game. So I'm just saying we've got to see how this unfolds, innit?
Yeah, that's true. And as I was saying, Kal, you got a lot of things right, Drifty, and you get a lot of things wrong. It's the game, but I personally, I just think when City in this moment, man, when they're in this period, these guys don't slip up. They don't drop points. It won't surprise me if City win all their games. And the thing I was telling Kal is it a tactic by City that they don't play plenty preseason games? Because they only played 2 preseason games this season, and that's why we beat them in the that's why we beat them in the Communion Shield. So maybe it's a tactic that at the start of the season we're rusty because we hardly play preseason games, but at the end we're ready. It's a tricky one.
You could be right, Jamal. But one thing I will say though, bro, I think the way they play football doesn't need much preseason.
That's true.
But because we're so high intense, get in there, you need to be up to speed, innit? That's why we play a lot. Yeah. But you're right. It probably does make us a bit more tired come the end of the season because we have played that bit more football. So look, man, You know what I mean? It is what it is. And to all the Arsenal fans, if you don't win the league, all banter aside, because I'm gonna be coming for your neck if you don't. But while I'm being normal and I'm being sincere, what a great jump from 5th to 2nd. It ain't a failure if you don't win it. It's not. Disappointment, yes, it's not a failure. You weren't supposed to win it. You've jumped ahead of your development. Just calm down with the getting over, it was like us in 13-14, innit, guys? Where we knew we weren't really good enough to win the league.
No,
but we got into the position.
That season
completely different.
I would say, I'll say it's 18-19.
You don't think the 13-14 season is just...
If they don't win the league, it's a bottle job. Call it
But
no, I'm not even saying whether it's a bottle job or not. But what I'm saying is, it's not a bad season, though.
No, I'm not saying it's a bad season, but it's still a bottle.
No, but people will say it's a bad season, and I'm just saying it's not a bad season. Do you know what I mean?
You know what, Drifty? If they didn't talk the most, we might have said that. But bro, they talk. They say some wild stuff this season.
And that's the reason why I'll be coming for their neck, because of all the talk. If it wasn't for Arsenal fans, Arsenal would be a very likable club. Does everybody actually know that? If you take away those Arsenal fans that talk so much shit,
their players are likable.
It's a very likable club. But So
the last thing I want to say on this City thing is, Arsenal have some tricky fixtures as well, because I think they have Chelsea. People are gonna laugh, but it's a derby. Chelsea will not want Arsenal to win that title. They could do what they did against Spurs when Leicester win it. You remember that game? Chelsea was dead that season, but they turned up. So man, and they still have to go. I think they have Brighton to play as well, and they have to go to City. So man. And Greenish said that he says playing every week or playing Tuesday and then Saturday. He says it's good for the team. He says right now, when we're having fun, we don't want to rest. So man, I still think City, but Arsenal can still win it.
That's the mentality.
Yeah. But not only that, Bruno said this as well this week. He did an interview, and Bruno says people think playing one game a week is fun and it's nice to rest. He said, nah. He said business end of the season, he wants to play every game. And he said the players are in better match fit. They're in better tempo to play. So who knows? Maybe it can have City. But enough of them. I wish we was in a tight race. I want to talk about our boys, man, and our fan base, because it's getting me a little annoyed at how our fan base just want to get rid of our best players or our big players. Because I'm hearing sell VVD, sell Jota, sell Trent, sell Salah. And you know what confuses me? These are the same fans who always say loyalty. When these players get linked away and want to leave, they said, oh, there's no loyalty, you want to go. Especially Salah, because people always say Salah wants to leave Liverpool. And every time they ask him, he always say, I'm calm. He said, once I get my money, I'm good. And Salah has been toilet water this season. But he still have 36 GA. I think 26 goals and 11 assists.
Mad.
I mean, and you know what? There's still 9 games. So he can be pushing 30 goals. That's mad, because he's actually be dead this season. I wouldn't like Salah being trash, but bro, if your dead season is 30 goals, bro, all I'm saying, just give these players one more year, man. Because the dead players, the players who I feel is not good enough, nobody says anything. Nobody says anything. But the players who are actually quality, but that's had a bad season, don't want to get rid of. So that's the thing I can't understand. And the last thing is, and I know Carl debunked this 2 months ago, but the Bundesliga tax, man, it scares me, I know plenty players come good, but I'm watching Sancho and Havertz, the big signings. I mean, guys, Havertz, he's dead, man. He's been eating off that Champions League goal, He better stop eating, because he might end up like Hazard. I don't know if that's what he's trying to do, come a Chelsea legend that way. But he might get a dull belly off for eating that thing, because he's been, bro, except that goal, what else have we done, really, for Chelsea? It's mad. So, I don't know, man. I'm scared of the Bundesliga, man. I know there's plenty players who come good from the Bundesliga, but it scares me, because Sancho, that's the next one. Oh, my days.
Jamal, we have to have a conversation about Sancho.
Yeah, he's looking that bad.
I told everybody I didn't want him at Liverpool.
Yeah, you said it. You did. Yeah, you did, man. So that's all I want to say, you guys. And that's some fun, because it has been a bad season for Liverpool, but I just want to end with some, because Carl is the quiz man. So I want to know if you know this, Carl. Do you remember when we beat Brighton at the last day of the season? Who was our who was the goal scorers and how we scored the goal? And Drifty, I know, Drifty, I know you can't remember everything like Carl, so I'll give you an easy one. When we was going, and the last day as well, when Brighton did score the goal.
Because I'm typing or trying to Google. So
Who scored the goal for Brighton, Drifty, at the end of the season? When we was playing Wolves and City was playing Brighton. You remember Brighton scored first in the game, the last game. Who was the player who scored for Brighton? Carl, do you know that?
I think was it Malpai?
No.
Glenn Murray.
Yeah, it's not Murray.
Oh yeah. I remember we got 4 seconds of hope.
Yeah.
Remember that?
Yeah.
4 seconds of hope. Why couldn't it have been this Brighton? If it was this Brighton, I think they would have got a draw at least, you know. But
yeah. And Carl?
So I know the players that scored for us. So the first goal was Salah. So Solanke kind of fumbled it through. Salah on the half turn, bottom corner, smashed it in.
You know, it wasn't the first goal, you know.
Salah?
It was Lovren with a header. And he did Salah celebration.
No. Salah was the first goal. Lovren wasn't the first goal.
What was it?
Lovren was the second goal.
Okay.
Solanke was Salah had the ball on the right hand side, cut in, threaded it through. Solanke scored the third goal. He kind of blasted like an Origi strike against Southampton in the Carabao. Yeah. If I'm not mistaken, the fourth goal was Andy Robertson.
Yes, hey, Callum is mad, you know. The memory thing is on lock, can't lie.
Yeah. It's actually quite scary if I'm being honest with you.
Yeah, well, that's all I have for you guys.
Lovren's goal came from a Robbo cross from the left-hand side, headed it in, and then did the open arm celebration in front of
the
All right, you're just showing off now, Cal. Do you know who Cal is? Cal is I can't remember her name. I think they call her the mistress. Is it the mistress? You know, in The Chase, the woman who's got the one who went in the jungle, and she's got that condition that makes it amazing. Your memory's amazing.
No, I don't.
What's her name? People in the chat, let me know. The lady on The Chase that went in the jungle, and she's got that thing that like it makes you have like a brilliant memory or whatever. Anyway, that's Cal, man. You just impeccable memory, man. It's madness.
Yeah, and there's one thing I know remember very quickly. It's not gonna take long. I'm watching all the midfielders
Anne.
I'm watching all the midfielders we linked to. You know, we haven't been linked to a 6. We mostly been linked to a lot of 8s. So you know what's scaring me? I think Klopp thinks Firmino just need energy around him and need legs.
Saying this.
That's what I think. Bro, if Klopp thinks that, I need to know. I know he smokes. I need to know who is his weed man. I need to know what weed he's taking, bro. That's all I'm saying. But I'm gonna leave you guys with that. Peace out, guys.
All right, big up yourself, bro. Big up. You know what? I slightly disagree a little bit, but we won't go into it. I think Flacco can come back, and I think with a lot more legs around him, he can be more intelligent in defending again, rather than like having to like make up for legs he doesn't have because the midfield is so open. You put a McAllister and a Caicedo or someone like that in the midfield with him, where he don't have to do as much running. I think he'll be all right. Flacco will be back next season, guys. I think it is just a bad season, man. I don't believe Flacco's finished. I don't.
I'm gonna be real with you. Flacco's intelligence and game awareness has never been an issue. But you see, when someone who's slow loses pace, that's a madness.
But that's why I think that it is just a bad year, bruv.
I don't think it is.
I mean, I could be wrong, but
I thought it was until I started watching him more and more. Bro,
I've seen players come back from not playing.
No, that's true as well. But I'm of the feeling that I prefer to sell a player too early than too late.
I hear you. I was watching Roma yesterday, bruv, and I was seeing Matic look like he's got energy again. Do you remember how dead Matic looked, bruv?
Who are they playing?
It was Feyenoord, but having pace and energy isn't about the opposition, though. It's still about you. And the guy looked refreshed. I couldn't believe what I was seeing, bro.
Don't be fooled, bro.
No, bruv, he did, bro. I'm telling you.
I saw the highlights. Bro. I saw the highlights and the goals and everything. You're right. He was involved in one of the goals.
And he's about 34 now, 35. I think
I'm going to be real with you.
Right, man.
I would be more than happy selling Fabinho and bringing in someone like a Declan Rice and then having Bashetic as the understudy.
I agree with that. But I don't think that Flacco's done. That's all I'm saying.
I don't think he's done as a player. I just.
No, I don't even think he's done at Liverpool. I don't even think he's done at Liverpool. Just before we bring in the next call, I just want to address something quickly. Cal, you can debunk this one for me, bro.
Oh, what? Drunk Vigo is definitely trolling. Trust me. If there's one thing me, Drift, and Matt all agree on at the same time, it is F Arsenal every single day.
All day, every day.
Hey, trust
Bird
me.
gang. I am the furthest thing you will get from an Arsenal fan.
Trust me.
Believe. But I'm just trying to be honest and I'm trying to be humble about it.
Yeah, do you know what? I didn't even answer that as well. So here's the reason why I think Arsenal win. And I've been trolling a couple of my friends in one of my WhatsApp groups today about Arsenal. Things have seemed to go right for Arsenal this season that wouldn't typically go right for a team. Plus, I still think Pep really wants that Champions League. And I do think City win the Champions League this season, but I think they go all in for it. And I think they lose sight of the Premier League a little bit. Plus, the FA Cup's still there as well. They didn't have the FA Cup last season. Sorry, no, they didn't have the Carabao Cup for a large portion. FA Cup went out in the semi-finals. I think he wants the Champions League. I think he knows he kind of needs it. And look, Man City have got some tricky fixtures. They still got to go Brighton as well. I think everyone seems to think that just because the games at the Etihad that Arsenal have no chance in that game. They definitely do. Like, City are excellent, but no one can tell me this season that you can't get at City. Like, you can get at City.
Yeah, you
like,
can.
Bayern Munich got at City. Like, we've gotten at City.
If Bayern Munich had a striker, there's a possibility they'd be through to the next round.
All right, then. So, look, don't get me wrong. They could go and turn over Arsenal, but I think this is far from over. He's far from over. Right, let's bring in the next caller. One of the best beards in the game. The one and only Sadiq. Big up.
What are you saying, lads?
What's happening, G?
Let me turn down
I
this.
spoke to you in a while, bro. How are you?
I was
man?
speaking a little bit. I was speaking of drift today still.
I was just going to say, it feels like it was only the other.
No, I mean on
ago,
here though. I feel like because I watched you call in last week.
Yeah, busy, man. I think the weekend before I was in Wales. I think I told you guys about that. So just busy, man. And then I haven't been doing night shifts. So, and I like my sleep. Simple thing. You know what I mean? So it's like, if I don't get on, if you don't get a chance to press that button, as soon as it comes up, it's a madness trying to get on. And I ain't got the patience for that. Just first of all, people, if you haven't already, smash that like button for the man them.
Yeah, come on, guys.
Secondly, just want to say, Squid Lee.
Alright, there's about 15 minutes left of the game because there's going to be like 10 minutes injury time. So let's wait until we,
the funny thing is, I actually work with an Arsenal guy, and he's cool. Do you know what I mean? So I actually feel slightly bad because he's a nice guy, but the rest, Squid Lee.
Some of my brothers are Arsenal fans, and like I want them to win, but like I said, man, there's too many horrible people in the fan base that I just can't see.
I know a ticket holder, and like he'll post up on Facebook, you know what I mean, cussing Liverpool and cussing other teams. I'm just like, so it's people like him. I want him to suffer. Yeah, exactly.
Your pussy clout, you know. Yeah.
I don't even want tears from his eyes. Obviously, blood. Do you know what I mean? Like it's that bad. It's that bad. But anyway, Kyle, have you got a pen and paper?
I've got you, bro.
Right, thought you would. So this came up on my group chat, and it's like, okay, so you have 160 million. How do you spend it? And so first name, these are all midfielders.
Bahamas, bro. That's how I'm spending.
Yeah, ideally.
Yeah.
Moise
Did you say house in the Bahamas? Did you say?
Yeah.
Moise Caicedo, 90 million.
All right, so I say though 90 million. Yeah.
Nicolo Barella, 70 million.
70, yeah.
70, yep.
Yep, got you.
Alexis McAllister, 65 mil.
65.
Yep. Mason Mount, 50 mil.
Yep.
Mateus Nunez, 45 mil.
Yep.
And I probably balls at this guy's name. Is it Joao Paulinho?
Paulinho?
Yeah, 40 mil.
Yep.
Conor Gallagher, 35 mil. Ryan Gravenberch, 30 mil. And Yuri Telemans, 3.
Oh, what are we doing up a fantasy league thing right now?
So,
Yeah?
No. So this is like, we got 160 mil.
Sorry, let me just go through them. Let me just go through them to make sure I've got it right. So Saicedo 90.
Yeah.
Barella 70. McAllister 65. Mount 50. Nunez 45. Paulinho 40. Gallagher 35. Gravenberch 30. And Tillemans 3, yeah?
Yeah.
Cool.
So obviously, and if you can, I don't know if you can, obviously you have a right to, you don't have to use the money for the players mentioned, but it helps. But yeah, but that's obviously, I like to think we'd have more money than that, but like as a rough, estimation. So like the guys in the chat put their so the guys on my WhatsApp put theirs through. I didn't bother put mine. I thought, you know what, I'm going on Kopish, I'm gonna ask them man them. So that's what I'm doing. Anyway, I'm not gonna waste any more time. Like certain people, I'm a man of my word, so I'm gonna come off, enjoy everyone, smash that like or Drifty will come find you, innit? All right.
Big up yourself.
Peace.
Big ups to Deep.
Big up, bro. Big up.
I have a feeling we may agree on this, but I'm not sure.
You have a feeling?
I have a feeling.
Do you know what I like?
So,
it's kind of
like. Do you want me to tell you mine, or are you going to tell me yours first?
You're going to have to name the prices again, because if I've got to do the calculations in my head, I'm going to need to hear the prices again. So yeah, go. So
Saicedo 90, Barella 70, McAllister 65, Mount 50, Nunez 45, Paulinho 40, Gallagher 35, Gravenberch 30, and Tillemans on a 3.
I told you, Arsenal scored. I knew it. I'm going to go Barella for 70. Paulinho for 35.
Paulinho's 40, so that's 110 so far.
Okay, 40.
You got 50 left. I know who your last one's going to be, so we definitely won't agree.
No, do you know what? Even though I do think he's a done, and I'm happy we're getting him, if it was actually up to me, McAllister would be the other one that I would take.
You wouldn't be able to afford McAllister.
Didn't he say McAllister was 50 mil?
65. Mount's 50.
Okay, well then I have to take Mount then. Yeah, that's fine.
All right, so I would go Saicedo, Barella, and Tillemans on a 3.
I knew he was going to take Tillemans on a 3. I knew it.
Because I need Saicedo and Barella. Saicedo and Barella with Thiago.
Yeah. I hear you. I was thinking about that. But I was trying to do the smart thing that you do with fantasy football, where you try and like fit as much in as you can for the money. Because one thing that none of the players that you
both got 3 players though.
But you didn't pick a goal scoring player, and I think that's why Mount probably would be a better option out of a lot of those, because he is a goal scorer.
I hear it.
You know what I mean? But I would have picked McAllister, who isn't as much of a goal threat. So yeah, it's a funny one.
I think in between Tillemans and Barella, you could get a decent amount of goals every season.
Arsenal are 100% going to win this game. They literally just nearly equalised.
Yeah, I know they will. Tillemans usually gets between, I say it's 3 to 6 goals a season. It seems like he gets, and then usually between 4 and 6 assists a season. And that's in a Leicester team.
Yeah, possibly.
Remember, he wouldn't be a starter for us. He'd be Thiago's backup. So it'd be Saicedo and Bajcetic for the number 6, Barella and whoever for the right side of 8, and then
I told you, Arsenal's 100% going to win this game. They've already equalised.
Is it 3-3? And I told you. It'd be like
that. I'm not going to lie. That is major bottling from Southampton to be 3-1 up with 5 minutes to go plus stoppage time, and already have let Arsenal equalise. That's a madness, bro.
Did say Arsenal winning this league? Everything that can go right for them is going right.
Yeah, it actually is.
Yeah, that's what I do. So I say the Barella and then Tillemans on a 3.
Fair dues.
All right. Let's get in the next caller.
Look, 8 minutes of stoppage time. My God.
I don't know why you don't see this coming.
No, I did. I did see it coming. But what I'm saying is, where's 8 minutes come from? Because I know I'm not proper watching the game, but where on earth is 8 minutes of stoppage time come from? I've never seen 8 minutes of stoppage time.
It's coming from the Kroenke's pocket. That's where it's coming from, bro.
Mad thing. One thing I will say that Arsenal fans need to be a little bit skeptical of, even if they do get the 3 points, is to struggle to Southampton at home is a worry, innit? Even if you get the win, it's like, raw. How are we like struggling to beat Southampton at home? But yeah.
I actually think them winning this game will galvanise them for the rest of the season, though.
Possibly, yeah. It definitely does something for them that the loss wouldn't have done. Like, you know, like the what do you call it? Like, you get the look now. Southampton are doing exactly what Bournemouth did. They're just making them little silly mistakes. That was keeper's ball, but the defender got nervous and kicked it, and then it's back to Arsenal. It's so weird how mentality works in football. Southampton have been in control for a lot of the game and been composed, and then as soon as Arsenal get a little bit of steam, all of a sudden Southampton just crumble. It's so weird how football is all mental. It's mad, bro. It's so mad.
I hear it. Right. The Friday night sensation, if we call him, the one and only, the Essex Jamaican, Bruno, back in the chat. Big up yourself, Bruno.
First of all, it might be 3-3, but I must warn Gunnar Lee, if Southampton score, I'm coming for you. Yeah? I'm coming for you. Because you've been getting very cocky. Yeah? When we was in a title race with City, yeah, I'm coming for you, and I'm coming for Robbie as well. That's the first thing.
There's no way Southampton score, Bruno. Of all the things that will happen, that's the last thing.
Anything can happen, you know. Anything can
happen. Southampton are crumbling.
Also, did you watch that video last week, Callum? Did you watch that long stream?
No, I've not been able to finish the whole thing. I'm about 3 hours in.
Well, I ain't gonna spoil it for you, but you better make sure you better start laughing. That's all I'm saying. And the next thing is, right, tomorrow is my birthday, the 22nd of April.
Yeah. Big
so
up
now,
yourself. Happy birthday, man.
I know where this is going.
So now, this is going to be interesting because I'm hearing a lot of links with all these midfielders, a lot of talking. What I want to see is action. Yeah? A lot of talking. I want to see action. You keep talking about 150 transfer budget. Nah. Why 150 my ass? Give him 200. Give him 250. Give him 230. Yeah, you get a Caicedo, bang, 90 million. You get a McAllister, that's 50 mil. You get a backup for Trent, you need another midfielder. So technically, I'd go for Gravenberch. So that's 30 mil. And if Bayern Munich try and act all stingy, then okay, that's your loss. Then we'll go for somebody else. Then 35 million, take it or leave it. If you don't take it, out the door, bye bye, get out of it. And the other thing is, right, this whole narrative needs to be pushed aside. That unless you come from Liverpool, right? I've said this many times, right? I've not bought a single Liverpool kit since I've been a Liverpool supporter, right? Right? And since FSG's been in charge, and I'm not planning on buying a kit. As long as these guys are in here, I'm not buying nothing. Yeah? I ain't giving him no money. I ain't giving him no ching ching. He ain't getting my bling bling. Yeah? You ain't getting my bling bling, you know. You ain't getting nothing from me, you know. You ain't getting nothing. The only thing you're going to be seeing is my backhander, you know. Oh, yeah, last thing, yeah. When you're with your girlfriend, yeah, never tell I forgot to tell you this on Valentine's Day. Never tell your girl, yeah, that another girl looks attractive, yeah. Never tell your girl that a sister looks cute. Because if you want to sleep on the couch, if you want her to be going, you're going to be taking your duvet and your mattress, yeah, and you're going to have to sleep on the couch, then go ahead. But don't tell me I didn't warn you, because it won't end very well, trust me.
Brother, that is a suicide mission.
You told your girlfriend her sister looks cute.
Nah, I'm just giving you a bit of advice, you know, because I was watching this video on YouTube, yeah, about this prank, yeah.
So give me a sec, Cal. Give me a sec, bro.
Yeah, this guy was basically telling his girl that her sister's attractive, right? That she's got nice eyes, yeah. She's got a nice ass. And let's just say it didn't end very well. Yeah, she got kicked out, and then she told his best mate that he looks hot. And do you want to know what the worst bit about it was? He did it while he was in the shops.
Oh, that's a red flag.
You're not allowed to do that, you know. If you know what I'm trying to say.
I didn't involved.
Anyway,
look, are you gonna? We ain't gonna do a watch long tomorrow. You're gonna be in a live show after the game, though.
I'll be in there after the live show after the game. Yeah,
make sure, because we obviously got to make sure we have a proper celebration for your birthday.
Yeah, thank you very much.
No problem, Bruno. You're a legend as always, bro.
Here we go. Everybody, hey, don't you know?
Bruno, big up yourself, bro.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Guys out there, all right, you can tell your missus that someone else is attractive, but please make sure it's respectful. You can't just be walking around saying, look at her and look at that's wild. That's very brave. I think you can, but it has to be respectful. And you have to know, engage the relationship and the tone and the temperature. That's what I would say. Sisters now, my sister-in-law, like, she's quite a bit younger than me, so I don't even look at her like that. And that's my sister-in-law. Guys out there, if you have a thing for your sister, just end it with your missus, innit? That's just something you don't want to be doing. Like, just leave it alone. It's just leave it alone, guys. Right. I don't know how we even get into it. Every week Bruno gets me these positions and situations. Oh boy, big up yourself. Right, next caller. Big up Bruno as always. Right, Maddie.
What's up, Callum?
Long time. How you doing, brother?
Well, I'm doing fine. Hope everybody, Kop-ish family, is fine. That's where the niceties stop.
Go
on. So the first thing I got to say, y'all did a show a couple weeks ago. It could have been 3 weeks ago. I didn't get through the whole show because I had to do stuff. But the next day I went on your website to see if y'all was selling wine. Because all I heard was y'all wine. And took up literally 45 minutes talking about Milner. Freaking Milner. That's an embarrassment. And Drifty conveniently disappears when I'm around. You know, I'm not down with this half full or half empty and this context nonsense. That's excuses. It's either what you have in the glass is too small for the glass. So it's like trying to put a port drink in a friggin' water glass. So there's no half full, half empty. You're just, not y'all, but too many people are looking for excuses, I'm sorry to say. We're moving on now to your boy Klopp. Because right now, he needs to get out. Right? He needs to get out, and I'll tell you why.
Go on.
Klopp is the person who went and buy a PlayStation 5 system, but wanted to play PlayStation 4 games in it. sorry to say, most of the players that we are being linked with for this upcoming summer, how come they all of a sudden now good enough to play for Liverpool? Last year, some of these same players were available, right? The next thing that you're not understanding, every team's going to know that Liverpool wants to buy a midfielder. You don't think they ain't going to drop the price hard on you all? Yes, they are going to. So again, as I said, I've gotten to the point now where Klopp gets me annoyed. You see that comment he made about that Ferrari bullshit? Somebody needed to check him on that, because now he's starting to take the piss, as we say. He's really starting to take the piss, right? And then for all of these people, oh, well, what are we going to do without Klopp? Let me tell you what you'll do without Klopp. It's like having a goddamn car and you can't drive it versus you're just walking. You'd rather be walking than have a car that you can't drive. That's how I feel about that dude. Because as I said, you want to talk about possibility of signing back Milner? Really? And this is not no makeup thing. You could fact check it. You want to sign back Milner? Come on. The other thing, Keita and Ox, I got to give them props. And you want to know why? Everything that happened to them is now Klopp's fault. That's my belief. Because he run players ragged. Every player that we are having into Liverpool is injured. Something I'm also going to say to you, Callum. Remember earlier you was talking about my owner with the bowler hat on walking down the... Yeah.
Yeah, I remember, man.
No. And as I said, people thinking it's an agenda and hate, but no. At the end of the day, my analogy is Klopp. I'm not calling him no B word, so don't get tied up that I'm calling him no B word. But he's the type of, like, in that relationship where he's dating FSG, and like as in Jamaica say, FSG is gallus. They run down enough women that they don't care about the main woman at home. And Klopp is in that situation and he's not doing anything about it, which shows he has no ambition. Because why? He's pulling in 15 mil a year. I'm sorry to say, if you have ambition, you would change. Because right now, Callum, your background, when did you do that background?
Oh, can't remember.
Last year or earlier this year, right?
Yeah.
It's called change. Klopp doesn't like change. Because each of you all, I'm watching you all have mics. Did you all get those mics when were those the original mics you all had when you all began? So that's my point. So again, as I said, the other thing that a lot of people failing to understand is what happens if Costas and all of these people and them say, you know what? Shit ain't changing, and start demanding a trade. What happens? Now all of a sudden you have to have more players coming in, right? And at the end of the day, telling a player that they have a bad season is false narrative. You know what they had? They were overworked. They were horses that were turned into donkeys and put on a goddamn farm to pull a plow. That's what Klopp did, right? And then again, you still have a goddamn clown as your second in command. Any self-respecting person would get rid of it. And you're back here drifty. The other day you said something about, oh, it's like those parents that they will stick together for the kid. That's a bad analogy. Because kids who go through that, they don't turn out well. They hate their parents for it, right? So when you say that, oh, Klopp can't talk about his boss or this, that, and that is his boss, guess what? Leave, because it's your reputation taking a hit. Because before I go, let's just say when his contract ends in the next 2 years, he doesn't win anything. Who is he going to blame? because he stuck around in it. And like my grandmother always said, if you stand up too close to shit, you begin to smell like shit. End the conversation. You know? Edwards leave, Ward leaving. All your senior medical people have left. Because of what? 1 million plus people eat rice in China. They ain't wrong. So if a lot of people is leaving, guess what? Common denominator, Klopp. Yes, FSG has a lot to carry for, but guess what? Any self-respecting person who has a job and they're not being supported in that job and their value and public opinion starts to drop, that's on them. Nothing to do about love. Klopp getting 15 million goddamn dollars. He's the goddamn hurricane of managers. He's a klutz. Peace out.
Maddie, we'll chop it up now. Bless you as always.
Big up,
Hit the like. Hit the like. Subscribe.
Bless you, Maddie.
Big up, G. Big up, man.
Do you want me to go first, Drift, or do you want to?
I know there's quite a bit that I missed, so I don't know what was happening before because I walked into a thunderstorm, so I don't know what happened before that.
That's a thunderstorm. All right. So, firstly, again, contrary to what everyone seems to think at the moment, I'm not Klopp out. I actually want Klopp to stay and do well. However, I am on the fence with him at the moment because I don't know if I fully trust him going into a summer because of his loyalty and some of his decision making, but I don't want him sacked. Injuries, I do put a lot of that down to Klopp. However, I don't think Ox and Naby are Klopp's fault regarding injuries. I think those two, Ox especially, I think has been more unlucky than anything. Naby just can't seem to keep himself fit no matter what. So I don't think that's on Klopp. Klopp getting 15 mil a year. Look, he's kind of earned it, but it does make people think, like, is he staying because he's comfortable? Maybe he is comfortable. Maybe he is a bit too comfortable. So maybe that might be something to factor in. In terms of him being the Harry Kane of managers, is Maddie, I can't agree with that in the slightest because he's won stuff. Harry Kane hasn't won anything. In terms of the medical staff, I have it on really good authority. Really good authority. That was down to the owners as opposed to Klopp. I'm talking about the medical staff that all left after we won the league. I'm under very good authority. That was down to the owners as opposed to Klopp. Assistant manager, we all know what that situation is. Klopp keeping Ox and Naby beyond last. Look, Naby should have been gone after that Real Madrid game, in my opinion, where he got hooked at halftime. Ox should have been gone in the same summer. That's on Klopp for keeping those two players. And look, I know people are going to turn out and say, without Origi, we wouldn't have won the Carabao Cup in the FA Cup. Again, fully agree. But if you're going to let Origi's contract run down when you know what the terms of our deal is with FSG, that again kind of makes it look a bit kind of crazy, in my opinion. So I don't think we've managed things as a club very well at all. And that's not just the owners, that's Klopp as well. The reason why I'm not Klopp out and why I'd give him another season or another summer, should I say, I've said I'm going to give him to the end of 2023 calendar year, is because he has shown that he is one of the best managers in the world when he is getting it right. And we've got to trust that he can get it right again. If he's showing signs he can't get it right, then obviously he's got to go, in my opinion, because as I keep on saying, I'm a Liverpool fan, not a Klopp fan. But he's not above criticism. But I think their criticism has to be leveled in the right directions, I believe. And I think it really came to a head with this Jude Bellingham stuff. And the reason why I wasn't up in arms about it like others were, not that I don't want Jude Bellingham, is because I understand we've got a budget like every other club. And for me, it felt as though last season Klopp looked at the squad just like we did. And after we made the signings we made, we all sat there and said, right, we only need a midfielder or two. If Klopp had a £150 million budget to play with this summer, and he only wanted Bellingham, and we only needed Bellingham, then we're cool, we're in it. So we get Bellingham for 100 and whatever mil, and our squad's complete. I'm hoping Klopp's looked at the squad and said, we don't just need one centre midfielder now. We need a centre back. We need another attack, and we need three central midfielders or two centre midfielders. Jude Bellingham taking up 130, that now makes no sense. So for me, I don't think the budget's changed. I just think the situation's changed. And it's like, if I set aside 5,000 to fix up my house, and really and truly I'm setting 5,000 aside to do the garden, but if my plumbing goes and someone breaks my garden window, that 5,000 budget for the garden now has to split 3 ways. So what I may have had planned for the garden, I can't now necessarily do, and so forth. So that's the way I see it. Don't know about you, Drift.
I mean, first of all, I just want to say, super Mikateta. We're by far the greatest team in the world. All right, now that's out of the way. Them dead chants there from the Arsenal boys. I'm gonna be honest with you, and I don't mean any disrespect to anybody personally, but if you think this applies to you, then it is what it is. I think anybody who wants Klopp out is extremely ungrateful. I know he's not doing what we all wish he was doing right now. I know we've had a bad season by our own standards, massively. We've underachieved. Yes, there are people in the team who maybe should have been moved on. The discussion will always go on. We'll never ever truly know unless somebody comes and tells us from the club whether like it was a money thing, whether it was loyalty, all that. Maybe it's something we're going to have to wait 10, 15 years. God's willing, we're all still alive to find out in a book somewhere, or some truth comes out somewhere along the line or something like that. But in my opinion, regardless of what it is, Klopp has got way more right than he's got wrong. We have been a successful team. We have competed, and we are who we are primarily because of Klopp. Because I'm going to be honest with you, FSG have been Liverpool owners for 12, going on 13 years. Klopp's been a manager for half of that time. And prior to Klopp, apart from a random season with Brendan, we were very poor, and we didn't even look anywhere close to like being a good team. I remember those dark days, and I think a lot of people have short memories. I'm not saying like it's just Klopp. Yes, he makes mistakes. Of course he does. I'll call him out on mistakes. As you rightly said, Cal, he's not above criticism. Nobody's above criticism. Anybody. It doesn't matter what it is. Everybody can be criticized to a degree based on what have you. But for people to already be saying Klopp out, for people to be blaming him, for people to be ignoring all the factors that, in my opinion, are clear as day that are in his way, for people to not hear what he's saying for what he's trying to subliminally let us say, and just running with agendas because for some reason they just want him out now, I find it ungrateful. I really do. And again, like I said, if you think I'm talking to you, fair enough. If you disagree with me, that's fine. But I can't believe it. Like I'm actually flabbergasted. Like I think people within our fan base who want Klopp out are, I just think they've got short memories and they're being very entitled. Yes, we don't want to fall off. Yes, we hate the fact that we're having a bad season. But what, you're just going to turn your back on a man because of a few mistakes that he might have made, or because we're having a bad season? Like, I just like I'm actually confused. And again, I don't want to like drag it out. And we have this conversation all the time, and people always say, "Oh, you support Klopp too much," and all that. And that's fair enough. If that's what you believe, that's what you believe. But in my opinion, I just think it's entitlement, and I think it's ungratefulness. And I remember very similar people calling for Klopp out when we had our poor season during the lockdown, when we had all the defender injuries and all that. And then the following season, he nearly won the quadruple. Like it's mad. It's just mad, Cal. I don't even know what side of the fence that you sit on, but I just find it extremely crazy to take it past criticism and actually say, make it blame and make it out. Any Liverpool fan saying Klopp out, in my opinion, is on a mad thing.
Can I ask
You're
a
just
question?
you're just on a mad thing. That's just how I feel. So
Why do you see it as them wanting Klopp to leave, as them turning their back on him?
because if he's having one bad season, then you haven't even allowed him to rectify it. You haven't stood by him for it. It's like we nearly won a quadruple. And I know people go, oh, but we didn't. But
we didn't know, Drew.
Yeah, but that's football. But we were within
we
inches of it. And Klopp is the manager who's come the closest to doing it ever. There's never been a manager who's come that close to almost what is called the impossible.
But he didn't know, Drift. So the reason I'm asking this is, can you not see where, and I know where this is going to go, oh, Cal wants him out, but at this point, I genuinely don't care. Can you not argue, though, that people are sitting there saying, we want Klopp out, we love him, but we want Klopp to go because we feel as though, from what we've seen this season, he's been too loyal, too stubborn in his approach, hasn't been listening to people around him, etc. And things haven't improved the way they should have. No one was saying we should have been challenging for the league this season, but we shouldn't be 9 points, 10 points off fourth with 8 games to go. And although we love Klopp, we don't think he can take us forward to the point where we're competing regular. To me, that's not turning your back. That's saying, I want the best for Liverpool. Unfortunately, I don't know if Klopp is the best for Liverpool anymore. I don't think that's ungrateful. I don't think that's turning your back. I think that is you being a Liverpool supporter, wanting the best for Liverpool in your or their opinion. I think there's a big difference there. And I think it feels as though it's almost like if I was to say, I think Mason Mount is overrated, what people hear is Callum thinks Mason Mount's crap, as opposed to, oh, Callum probably thinks he's good, but he doesn't rate him as highly as some people. There's a big difference, Drift, between saying, I love Klopp, but I think he might have to go, to Klopp's crap, he's got to go. And I think that's the problem within the fan base at the moment. You're getting a lot of people who are saying, right, you know what, I think Klopp's got to go. And you're getting others saying, nah, Klopp's got to stay. That doesn't mean the two don't agree that he's still brilliant. And this is my problem with it all.
I disagree fully, bruv, because if you think he's brilliant, then you would believe he could turn it around.
Not necessarily, Drift. Because
you would.
No, Drift.
Drift,
let me finish. Bruv. No, bruv, think about it, Drift. You could have a footballer who's brilliant, but if they're getting injured all the time, or mentally they're not right, then they're not going to perform to their optimum, are they? I think
but that's different, though. It's physical.
Not different, Drift. It's the same premise. You might think Klopp's brilliant, and we all know Klopp's brilliant. But if he's not willing to change his philosophies, then we're not going to see the brilliance of Klopp, given all of the things that are around us. So, and again, I'm just going to say this once to one person. So, BRed77, again, I'm going to continue doing this. You've said a few things in comments. You've also said a few things today. Keep it cozy and keep it cool. Like, once again, I'm going to tell you guys straight. You've never heard me say Klopp out. I'm not Klopp out. If I was Klopp out, I'd say it. Drift and Matt know me well enough to know I don't really mince my words. If I believe in something, I'm going to say it. If you guys don't like what I'm saying, or you've got a problem with me trying to look at another side of an argument, then maybe a mature conversation isn't for you. And be ready, it's not the truth when you're saying lies about me. You're just a very simple-minded person, it seems, who doesn't have a cognitive way of looking at things. I feel sorry for you, to be quite frank. So that's why I'm not cussing you, even though you deserve it for some of your stupid comments. So if you actually listen to the words I'm saying, rather than, think about what I'm saying, then think about it. Again, American LFC fan, you're chatting nonsense as well. But you guys, do your thing. Do your thing. Be red. All your arguments are weak. You seem like a weak-minded person. But do your thing, as always. But cool, do your thing.
Yeah, no, I just fully disagree, and it's cool to disagree. We can agree to disagree. That's fine. But like I said, I don't pull no punches. You already know that, Cal, and I tell it how it is.
Be red. I don't need to take any medicine, bro. I'm good. Thanks.
And in my opinion, I truly believe anybody who's saying Klopp out is ungrateful, and I think that they've. I don't know, man. There's this thing in football, Cal, where, and it happens all the time, and we're all guilty of it to some degree. I'm not saying I'm like flawless in this or anything. but it's just football recency bias. And like, I just find it crazy that in football, like, we only really remember like the last couple months or the last year when it comes to like a player's ability or a manager's ability or this or that or whatever it is. And it's like, again, I go back to what someone said a bit earlier on. I can't remember who it was that said it, of like, we expect players to be loyal to us, and we get angry at people like Coutinho and people like that who like go, nah, I've got this dream to play for this club and I want to go and play for that team. But yet, as soon as anything drops in terms of levels for a player who's done nothing but be loyal, like Henderson, Milner, Fabinho, players like that, it's like, right, you're shit, go, get out, scandal, Twitter, all these social media platforms, being rude, disrespectful to these people. Like, there's criticism, we've all done it, but then there's going overboard, or there's like not putting things into context. And in my opinion, I think it's very hypocritical. And again, I think all football fans to a degree are like are capable of this. I've probably done this myself in the past at some point, but like, all football fans say, you've got to be loyal, do this, do that, rare, you're a snake, da. And then as soon as that player drops form, he's shit, get rid of him, I'm doing it for the best of Liverpool. I mean, come on, man. I don't know, man. I just find it crazy, personally.
Can I ask you a question, Drift? Do you hold any malice towards Xabi Alonso?
No, not at all.
Do you hold any malice towards Sadio Mane?
No, not at all.
They both left the club in amicable ways, right? Didn't fake injury, didn't do any of that stuff. Anyone who's watched this show for long enough will know I've never begrudged Coutinho for wanting to play for Barcelona. I admire that's his dream, in the same way I admire other people who play for their dream club. But there's a way of doing it, Drift. I never had a problem with Coutinho moving to Barcelona. I had a problem with Coutinho faking injury and saying he weren't going to play for Liverpool when we needed him. That, to me, is being disloyal.
I hear that. Van Dijk did that to Southampton to move to Liverpool, though.
Very
and
different,
nobody had a problem with it.
No,
because it was the same thing, bro. It was, come on, man. It was the same thing. He literally didn't turn up to training and threw his toys out of the pram to get his move to Liverpool.
Ronald Koeman made him train with the reserves or the under 18s.
Because he was being disrespectful, because he wanted his move, bro. We got to just be honest. I know we love him, but that's what he did to them to get his move to us, bro.
Again,
no one had a problem with it.
I've had information that Virgil was promised to move in the summer and they were trying to mess him about with that. Bro, Coutinho was promised to move at the end of the season. He fully, twice in the summer, he said he weren't going to play for us and feigned the injury to the point we didn't even include him in the Champions League squad at first. Then in January, he did the same thing. Bro,
no, I'm not saying Coutinho. I'm not saying Van Dijk is worse than Coutinho. But what I'm saying is, there's loads of stories in football where the player will do that, but we only care when it's because they're leaving us. We don't ever care when it means that we gain that player. Do you get what I mean? And as a fan base, that's hypocrisy. We should have been just as angry at Van Dijk for doing that to Southampton as we were for Coutinho for leaving us. But we weren't, because it suited our narrative. We got him. We were over the moon. We got him. And we're all guilty of it. I'm not even pointing fingers at an individual. We all did it. Do you know what I mean? So what I'm saying is that level of energy that you have towards that player when he wants to go and go to his dream. Yeah, we hate the way some people do it. Mascherano, I remember he did it and it was really bad the way he did it or whatever. But what I'm saying is, however they do it aside, they want their move, they want their dream. And then we're really angry at them when we call them snakes. But then if that same player isn't playing well, like a Flacco, for example, who was brilliant last season and instrumental in how well we did, all of a sudden he's having a bad year and then everyone's just like, he's done, get rid of him, da-da-da-da-da-da. And it's like, whoa. Is man not allowed to... Like, I'm not going to lie, bro. I'm old school, innit? I grew up in a time where...
But this isn't an old school game anymore, Drift.
No. But what I'm saying is, I think this is the... And I don't want to start preaching, but this is what's wrong with the world now. Everybody is so now that people don't have time for anyone who makes a mistake or anybody who's going through a bad time. And it's like, whoa, hold on a minute. Like, they are humans at the end of the day. So you're telling me that, man, it has to stay flawless, otherwise, fuck him, get rid of him.
No one's saying that though, Drift. No one's saying you have to say.
I'm hearing people say, Flacco's done, get rid of him. Essentially, you're saying, fuck Flacco.
You're not saying that, Drift. This is why you're not, Drift. No, stop.
Otherwise, you would stand by him and you would understand that you've got to give him a chance to redeem himself.
No, Drift.
If you want him gone, then you're essentially saying
this is where we're
fuck
always going to
Flacco.
disagree. All right, Drift. All right, let's put it to this case then. Me, you, and Matt, we all work with for Kop-ish, right? We're Kop-ish as a brand, right? Us three.
Yeah.
Bruv, let's say, for example, I'm in a situation and I'm becoming a hindrance to Kop-ish. And you and Matt sit me down and go, Cal, bro, you know it's all love, but the business comes first. And in this aspect, this ain't right. We got to make the decision. We got to kind of let you go. Bro, that's not you saying F Callum. That's you saying the business takes precedent. We love you, Cal, but the business takes precedent. Liverpool's, this is the club. The club takes precedent.
But you would have to be like that for a while before it would even cross my mind, bro.
Griff, you're not letting me land, bro. I'll let you land. There's a difference between telling a man to just F off and actually explaining and breaking down, bro. Bro, if Flacco is not seen to be good enough, and we are looking at Flacco right now, and you're saying keep him around as a squad player because you yourself don't think he's good enough to be a starter anymore, why is it that people who are seeing it the same as you, who don't think he's good enough to be a starter, rather than saying we'll keep him as a squad player, saying, well, why don't we sell him and reinvest that money to then go and buy someone better than him? Why is that an issue? Because to me, you're both saying the same things, but just having a different outcome.
No, because my caveat,
all right, but you yourself are saying he's not good enough to be a starter anymore. If that's like me turning around and saying to you, well, bruv, look how good he's been for us. Now you tell him to F off out the starting lineup.
No, because I've always caveated that with two things. One is I believe that he will come back from this, and two, I'm just saying to buy someone in case he's done. But I still want him around and I still want to give him another chance. But if you're saying get rid of him, you're not even giving him another chance. And we're not talking about 2 or 3 seasons worth of poor form. We're just talking about not even a whole season. The season ain't even over yet. So it's not even one whole season of poor form, where during that season he has had some good performances as well. And you're not even willing to give him another year to prove that there may have been some personal issues. There was something going up. It's just like, no, done. Get rid of him.
He did have a good end to the season last season, Drift.
He just got an injury, bro. He was ran into the ground. That was all it was,
even before the injury, Drift, he didn't have a good end to the season.
In my opinion, I just think there's a lot of people who they just, I get that football is about winning and stuff, but there has to be some form of emotion and people skills involved in football because they are humans at the end of the day. So for me, I totally understand some sides of the argument, but to take it back to Klopp, to not just go too far left, for Klopp to have the season that he's having and people saying Klopp out, you are totally forgetting all the good things, that he done. And I don't mean to keep doing analogies because I know it gets a bit tiresome.
The good things, Drift. You're looking in the present and the potential future.
But if a man's been looking after his woman for 5 years, 6 years, and then he makes a wrong decision at work, and it means that he loses his job or it messes up a business deal and he's making way less money and he can't cater to his woman the way he was before. If that woman says, you know what, I'm going to go find a new man, and she doesn't give him time to get back on his feet, she's turned her back. No, it ain't, bro. It's the same thing, but because the majority of his Liverpool career, he's been good and he's been doing well.
That analogy makes no sense in the.
Of course it does, bro. Of course it does. It's literally the same thing. It's the first season when you can truly go, rah, Klopp's messed up a lot this season.
Bruv, it's not the same.
And all of a sudden, man, them just want him gone, bruv. It's exactly the same thing. No, it's exactly the same thing, bruv. Klopp has brought us success and kept us competitive and made us be the team we are for 4, 5, 6 years in a row. And the one season where we really dropped below the levels that we're used to, that he got us to, if you're already Klopp out, you're the woman that says, rah, you've been broke for a bit too long now, which is only like 6 months or something. I'm out. I'm going to go find myself a man who can take care of me better than you. Bruv, it's literally the exact same thing. Not at all. It's the same thing, but
it's not the same thing.
If people want him gone, then that's cool.
It's not the same thing at all.
It's the same thing. It's turning your back on someone having a downtime. It's exactly the same,
bro. What's the context around it? What's the context around it?
He's made a few bad decisions, and it's led us to where we are. In my opinion, it's been forced on him by a terrible ownership. But even if you want to make him take responsibility for it, he's made a couple of bad decisions that have left us where we are, primarily.
You know, comparing a marriage to a job is just the wildest
No,
thing,
not even a marriage. I just said a relationship. Like a girl who's used to
marriage, same thing,
a girl that's used to being able to go to all the fancy restaurants and get all the nice clothes. And then because for a little while, she can't get all of those things that she's used to. She's like, I'm going to leave this man and find someone else rather than standing by him and waiting for him to get back on his feet. It's literally the exact same thing. Instead of waiting for Klopp to get back on his feet, seeing if the owners do back him and allowing him to redeem himself from the mistakes he's made this season, because he's earned it from looking after us for so long, saying get out is basically turning your back on someone. If he's still doing this in a year, 2, 3 years time down the line, of course I would fully understand it. We're not even one season removed from him having a bad time, and everyone who's saying Klopp out is ready to turn their back on him. In my opinion, I think it's ungrateful, but let's not take up too much.
Close to being the same.
It's literally exactly what it is.
Absolutely,
it's literally exactly what it is, bro.
It's genuinely not.
It 100% is.
It definitely isn't. It couldn't be more apart from each other, bro.
No, because you're putting too much onus on a marriage.
No, I'm putting it into a relationship, and the fact that this is a personal relationship, and we're talking about a business relationship.
Yeah, exactly. So you're not listening to just the actual point of the analogy. You're going too deep into it. Forget the deepness of it. It's literally just turning your back on someone who's
but there's a difference between a personal relationship and a business relationship, Drift. There's a big difference between the two. This is a business relationship between Klopp and Liverpool Football Club.
But if that person, even if you want to make it business, if that person has made tons of money for a company and then they make a bad mistake, if you don't remember the good times and you just dwell on that one bad time, it's the same thing. You're turning your back on someone.
One bad time, Drift.
Of course it is. This is the only season that's been really terrible in his tenure.
Bruv, we got top 4 in the season where we had all the injuries, but that was a bad season as well.
Yeah, by the standards he set, but we got third.
Bruv, why did we get third? Because teams are being crap around. Bruv, that wasn't a good season. No one can sit here and say that was a good season. It wasn't a good season. If we're sitting there saying that season was a good season, then our fan base has lost it. That wasn't a good season, bro.
No, it wasn't a good season, but it wasn't a terrible season.
Bruv, it was a terrible season, bruv. We just won the league and we scraped getting top 4.
It was a terrible 2 months. We
Alisson had to come up and save our bacon for a header in the last minute of a game, bro. That was a terrible season.
We were top at Christmas. We had a really bad January and February, and then we redeemed ourselves and we got back, and then we got third in the end.
Terrible season, bro.
All right. Look, let's not keep going back and forward on it because we're just going to end up taking up the whole show. But in my opinion, people have turned their back on Klopp if they're saying Klopp out. But
cool. You're always gonna have this, bro, because you're looking at it too emotional. Like,
no, it's not even just being emotional. I also believe that Klopp is one of the best.
Everything you said about it has been personal. You've not even tried to be objective about it, so you're being too emotional about it.
No, not at all. Because there's no objection to turning your back on someone after 9 or 10 months.
You wouldn't get rid of anyone.
Of course I would, bruv.
Drift. We've sat here and you said you wouldn't get rid of virtually any of your favorites or anything like that. So how do we move on as a club?
Bruv, we can get rid of the people that need to go and keep the people around that don't need to go.
And bro, players develop and get to a point where they need to go.
We got 4 players leaving. We need 4 or 5 players to come in. We're good. Other people don't need to go.
No, because we're losing players in positions that don't really affect us.
And like I said, if you take emotion out of football, what is football? So yeah, you can't be too emotional. You can't be too sentimental. But emotion is a part of football. Like without emotion, what's the fucking point? If I'm being honest,
I never said to take emotion out. I never said to take emotion out. Again,
but
you're hearing what I said.
Telling me I'm being emotional about it is
I said you're being too emotional about it. I said you're being too emotional about it. You are being too emotional about it, bro.
The Klopp situation, I'm not being too emotional about. I'm just being loyal to a manager.
Comparing it to marriage and relationships, bro.
It's just an analogy, bro. You're looking too deep into it. It's a man looking after a woman for a certain amount of time, falling on hard times, and then she doesn't give him a chance to get back on his feet. She just leaves. It's exactly the same scenario. It's exactly the same.
How is it the same?
It's because if you aren't willing to give Klopp a chance to redeem himself and get back to where he's proved he's been for however long, like when he signed that new contract exactly a year ago, everybody was over the moon, and we all agreed, apart from possibly Guardiola, he's the best manager in the world. And all of a sudden, people are going to tell me within 12 months he's not good enough anymore.
All right, then,
that don't make no fucking sense, bro.
Let me add some context.
Don't make no sense.
Let me add some context to your analogy then. Let's say I'm sitting here and I'm the guy who's dropped in financial status and the woman's used to a certain lifestyle. But instead of trying to get back to that, I turn around and I go, I'm comfy here, you know, and I just want to lounge around. I don't really want to change anything. I'm not. And she goes, there's this job here. You've got all the skills to match it. Why don't you go for it? Nah, don't really care for it. Do you not see how she'd be frustrated at that?
But if you've been going balls to the wall for 6 years, I think you allow some downtime.
Brother, this is life we're talking about, bro.
Yeah, but you might be burnt out, bro.
No.
You might be burnt out, bro. You might be burnt out. If you've been going balls to the wall for 6 years to give her a certain lifestyle, you might be burnt out. You've allowed a bit of downtime, bro.
Bro, I'll go balls to the wall every single year for my kids, bro. I can't tell them 1 year I'm gonna take it easy.
But bro, now you're bringing in kids. That's totally different because they're not adults.
When I bring in something?
Because a child isn't an adult. A child can't look after themselves. The wife is the example because a wife is a fully grown adult who can look after herself, and if she wants, she can go and get a job, or she can just lower her lifestyle and not like be so, you know, like let's just not go out for a month, innit? Like, I know you enjoy going out, but let's just not go out for a month. Like that's children is totally different, Bob. That's a dependent. That's when the analogy totally gets lost. We're just talking about two adults, but one adult has been looking after the other adult.
As I said, there's no point in having this. But you even say it yourself. No matter what, I'm clopping. Like, there's no point in having this argument.
Yeah, but I'm still willing to have a discussion. But nobody can tell me that saying Klopp out now isn't over the top.
Anyone who wants him out. If the first thing you're saying is anyone who wants him out is wrong, or
no, they're being ungrateful. They're being ungrateful,
bro. You're not even looking at the other side, bro.
There isn't another side.
This is my point, bro. How can you tell me there's not another side? That's crazy.
We are only who we are because of him. So therefore, there is no other side.
So what? The players don't have any part to play in this, no? Dare I say it? So it's not just him then.
No, but he's the figurehead of the team, right?
All right. So if he's the figurehead and things are going wrong, can you not see why people are frustrated with him and might start thinking
of
maybe?
Of course, I'm frustrated. But if you take your frustration to get out, that's not the same. That's not the same, bruv. It's not. It's not the same, bruv. Frustration and get out are not the same thing, bruv. They're not. But look, we're just gonna keep going back and forwards on it. So let's leave it.
Bro, I don't know, man. Let's get next caller in. Streets approved Thames, you there? Streets
there, bro.
Thames.
Yeah, can you hear me?
We hear you, bro.
Yeah. What's going on?
All right, what's going on, fellas? I've been waiting for a minute. The Arsenal game was pretty good, but yeah, what am I saying? Yeah, so got a few. Actually, yeah, got one main question and then a few other sort of opinions that I got. My first opinion is I think selling Curtis Jones might be a little bit premature. And obviously, I know we've already given him a new contract and, we've signed him up and things like that. But I do, and obviously, yeah, part of the homegrown stuff as well. We probably won't let him go. But for all the people who are saying we should let him go, I do think that he does deserve a run of games. I was one of the people actually saying, he might not make it and stuff. But I don't want to say I've been sucked back in, but like I do see his qualities, and I actually think, believe it or not, I actually do think he could actually do a pretty decent job in a pretty decent genie role type of player. Even though obviously he might need to improve on his physicality and stuff, I actually do feel like he's very technically sound, and he can, he may not necessarily be like an outlet for goals and assists and stuff like that, but he can keep the ball well. And that was just that main point on Curtis Jones. I don't think we should sell him or let him go. Maybe loan, but definitely still keep him at the club. So my main question for today, which team wins out of the Liverpool team that won the Champions League in 1920 or the team going for the treble? The team going for the quadruple. So last season's team. Obviously, the Champions League team had Wijnaldum, Shaqiri, Lallana. The quadruple going team had like Thiago, Elliot, Simicas, maybe a few others as well. But yeah, that was obviously I've been thinking about that for a bit now. I also had one more question.
Sorry to cut you. Is that a one-off game you're talking about, or a league?
Yeah, it could be a one-off game, or maybe.
It's a tough question. Still, I'm not even gonna lie. I'm trying to wrap my brain at the moment.
Yeah, it's a hard one because I believe personally, the best team. So it's weird because obviously City are going for a treble at the moment, but funnily enough, I actually think previous City teams were better than this current City team.
Yeah.
So 100%. as much as like a team could win a treble, for example, the Man United team could win a treble. I actually think the team that done the double, under Sir Alex Ferguson, were actually better than the team that won the treble. This is for United, by the way. So I think if you actually think about it in that way, you could probably But yeah, I just want you lot to chop it up, like the different, and obviously you have to consider the players at their peak as well. Mane and stuff like that. Mane was Mane was different that year. Trent coming into his own. Although I do think Trent was better last year than he was 1920. And then Robert, it's I just want you lot to chop it up, player by player. And if any players have dipped, obviously Virgil was insane, so the defense would probably be a lot more sturdy from back then. But hey, last season we had Ibu, so that could be the equalizer. So yeah, you lot do chop that up. I had one more thing I wanted to say, but I'm really struggling. But I've run out of time anyway. So
you sure you can't remember it?
Do you know what? It's yeah, actually, do you know what? One thing I wanted to say. So obviously we've spoken about Klopp just now. I've listened to you guys chop it up. Very fascinating back and forth that you guys had. I do think though, in as much as I hear what Drifty's saying, I'm leaning more towards Kyle, but I'm not Klopp up, by the way. I just think in life, I do believe that I do believe in that obviously business is very much cutthroat and all that type of stuff. I do believe in second chances, and as fans and in business as well, because obviously this is business, right? We're speaking, logical, results-based type of stuff. Klopp hasn't necessarily given us the results, but I do believe as fans we got and as people in general. So this is business and in life. I do believe in second chances, and this is just like a principle in it. I think people should be forgiven, and people should be given a chance to go at it again. So with that being said, in as much as Klopp has messed up and done all that type of stuff, I think we do need to give him a second chance, at least maybe towards to Christmas, or potentially another full season, and then we can reassess going forward after that. But yeah, that's all I've got for you lot today. And and I'll big up the show. Listen, I appreciate the members' videos as well. Actually, I'm always in the comments. I'm definitely tuned into you lot as well. So yeah,
I appreciate it.
Big fan.
Big up, love for that, man.
Thank
big
you
up
very
yourself,
much, bro. Appreciate you.
Bless you, man. Big up.
So good.
Questions now.
Yeah, love.
Big up, guys. Big up, man.
Curtis Jones, what are you saying?
I was a Curtis guy from a long time, and then I gave up hope that he was ever really going to fulfill the potential I thought he had. I'm not going to do the recency bias thing and let the last couple of performances swing me back the other way, but he's always been a talented player. We've always known that. And I just think it's kind of a weird one, because I don't know if he's ever going to truly play enough games to be able to prove himself again, kind of thing. I think he will go back to being a squad player if we get the players that we're supposed to get. But it's a tough one, man. It's a tough one with Curtis. It's a tough one. But because he is an actual academy player, he won't leave anyway. So it's not really a discussion we need to worry too much about. He will stay. He will be here next year. But what I am happy about is that the last few performances will put a halt to the slander, because it was getting to the point where he was starting to get slandered, and he's not crap. Do you know what I mean? Whether you thought he was good enough is one thing, but he's not crap. And I heard a lot of slandering. So yeah, I'm just happy that maybe people can see that there's a player in there.
Yeah, Curtis is a difficult one with me. I can't sit there and go after a couple of good games that, yeah, he's definitely someone to drive us on the future. But as you said quite rightly, he's going nowhere. We need to keep him because of his homegrown status. So I just hope he's given game time. And when he is given game time, I hope he takes advantage of it. Because at the moment, he seems to be a player that's either plays excellent or really poor. There's kind of no in between with Curtis at the moment. And that's not, it's not a good thing.
If we get Europa League football, I think he'll play a lot of football, Cal, next season.
Potentially. But again, it depends on who we get. Because again, if in our opinions, we both think we need 3 centre midfielders, is Curtis Jones going to be either 4th, 5th, or 6th? I actually don't know if he will be.
I was thinking about this the other day because this whole like we need European football to like have like so we can play like squad players and not disrespect the tournament, but like we can play certain people or whatever. If you go all the way to the final and then you do really well in the cup competitions, you're looking at roughly around 20 plus games a season, without even adding Premier League games where you might make substitute appearances and whatnot. That's quite a lot of games for a player like Curtis or Kelleher or whatever, who's not used to playing that often, to get like that many games. So the Europa League might come in really handy for giving some of these players a reason to stick around and prove themselves.
All depends how Klopp rotates as well, though.
It does. But I think in the Europa League, early stages, definitely your Curtises and your Kellehers and those type of players, I think he will play those guys in those games. Maybe not quarterfinals and semi-finals, maybe not. But I think like the group stages and the early parts of it, I think he will play those kind of guys. So it'll be interesting.
I hope so. 18-19 team versus 21-22 team. Who wins?
As someone rightly said, statistically, the 2022 team is the better team. But I just have a feeling that the 19 team is like better.
So I think the 18-19 team has a better starting 11 in terms of form and all that and peak. I think the squad we had last year is the best squad we've ever had.
Yeah, I agree with it.
So
what are we doing then? If we say team, are we talking about the 11 or are we talking about
the squad? That's what I was going to say. If it's a one-off game, then I'm taking 18-19 over 21-22. But if it's over the course of a season, I think I'm taking 21-22. Because even little things like Kelleher versus Adrian as the backup goalkeeper, I trust Kelleher way more than... Hold on, no, we didn't have Adrian then. Who did we have as 18-19? That was Mignolet. I'm taking
it was
last season's version of Kelleher over that version of Mignolet, for example.
Yeah, I know. Hey, I get what you mean.
So like 18-19, did we have?
But then you've got peak Salah, peak Mane, peak Bobby, peak Virgil. Do you know what I mean?
18, like, that's what I'm saying. 18-19.
Peak Robbo.
In a one-off game, but remember the squad. We didn't have a squad.
Yeah, I get it. We
didn't have a squad.
What did we do in the Champions League that year?
What, 18-19?
Yeah.
Won it.
Oh, yeah, shit. Sorry, that's the year we won the Champions League, wasn't it? Yeah. For some reason, I'm thinking that's the year we won the league. Yeah, sorry, my bad. That was the year we won the Champions League. Sorry, yeah. No, do you know what? I'm just going 18-19 all round, bro. And do you know why? Because we came 1 point away from winning the league and won the Champions League. So we actually did the same level of pushing. I know we didn't do it domestically, but if you're talking about the big trophies, we did the same level of push, but we actually got over the line with one. So I'd actually probably say, like, even thinking about the squad, I'll probably still go 18-19.
Fair dues. I ain't mad at it. No, I'm mad at it. All right, let's go next caller in. Paul Smith, can you hear us, bro?
I can hear you.
How you doing?
I'm fine. How are you, lads?
Not too bad, brother.
I'm glad. The second time I've got on the best Liverpool channel out there at the moment, mate. So I'm just saying the truth.
Big up, man. Big up.
There's some good up and coming ones, which I always say have a vested interest in. So
bless you.
Yeah. So let's get on down to business. There's just a few points I had to make. In terms of the midfielders I want to see come to enter the club or for them to sign, I would like to see Guardiacone, and they would cost Alan Varela from Boca Juniors as a replacement for Fabinho. I'd like to see Fabinho go actually, and Henderson. Yeah, and Gravenberch obviously, and right now they will cost 100 million or just under if you bought those three. And McAllister, Agate, all my choices, and
I want
Enzo Lachif as a creative midfielder, and as a defender.
I missed that name. Sorry, Paul. I missed that. What was that name? Sorry,
Enzo Lachif or Enzo Lafi. Yeah. And in terms of our defenders, I would like to bring in two. Actually, you can get Ivan and Dicko on the 3.
Yep.
And I would love to sign Timber as well. If we're going to play this inverted fullback for Trent to move into midfield, we'll need someone who's actually adept at covering wide out on the far flanks, covering Trent when he goes forward. And plus, he's got the technical ability and he's got the pace as well. And he also reads the game very well.
That's an interesting one. People have forgotten about Timber.
Oh, I would have Timber, definitely. Timber, and also Efren Dick is also a left-footed centre back as well.
Yeah.
I think Guardiola is very overrated. The times I've seen him play, he's been totally overwhelmed against City in the last game, the semi-final, or the last 16. I think he got overwhelmed badly, and he got torn to pieces by Haaland, and also in the World Cup semi-final. A 35-year-old Messi basically left a clean pair of heels, left him for dead. So that's my opinion on Guardiola. So I think he's overrated. I think there's a couple of you can get Colville. I think that would be a good shout. Definitely.
Fair enough. All right, we'll chop that up now. So if I was to push you and ask you which 3 centre midfielders out of the ones you've listed 6 for us, which 3 would you sign?
I'll get Varela. I also Lavia from Southampton as well.
Yeah, he's good.
As a replacement for Fabinho, I would had either Lavia or Varela, then Kone and Gravenberch.
Cool.
Yep, those 3, and either the 2 replacements as number 6. Yeah. And as for the Klopp debate, which you two have been having, quite an intense debate. Interesting.
It's always intense, man.
Right. I'm with Callum on this, but I'm further towards having Klopp out. In my personal opinion. Yeah. And my reasons are, to be honest with you, I'm not very. I hope he doesn't get any sound who's the director of football or the sporting director. I don't want to have a say on that. And I hope the sporting director comes in soon before he makes any signings. I think the Premier League's become more tactical, and I don't think Klopp's up to challenging any of the new coaches that are coming that have got new ideas. The likes of Zurubi, the likes of Logatelli, to name a few. So I don't think Klopp has the tactical nous. Unless he gets rid of Pet Linders and gets a new number 2, then I think he's going to struggle. That's just my assessment of next season, if he stays.
Fair dues.
Yeah.
I disagree, but fair dues.
Yeah.
Well, Paul, we're going to come up now, bro. Always a
pleasure. I'm going to let you go, lads, okay?
Yeah, man, big up yourself, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, big up yourself, bro.
Big up yourself, Paul. Thank you, bro.
Oh, no problem.
Big up, G.
I'm not even going to get back into the whole Klopp thing. But you see how Paul gave his reasons. Would you still say he's ungrateful?
Well, he said he's leaning towards Klopp out, but he's not actually Klopp out.
No,
if he just said literally Klopp out, then I would have said, yeah, it's being ungrateful.
But do you now see what I was saying? Just because he's leaning towards it doesn't make him ungrateful, because he never said one derogatory thing or bad thing about Klopp there.
But I don't agree. I don't agree that Klopp
Neither
can't
do I.
deal.
Opinion.
No, I don't agree that Klopp can't deal with these new managers. I think when new people come with new ideas, you just got to get used to it, keep your eye on it, learn how to deal with it, readjust, and then you move on. And you need time to be able to do that.
So you think he can? Paul doesn't think he can. So neither of you are wrong, because time will tell. But Paul's not ungrateful, in my opinion, for having that opinion.
Yeah, but like I said, if you did just flat out said Klopp out, then I would have said that's being ungrateful. So, but he didn't say he's Klopp out. He just said he's leaning that direction. So
pretty much there though.
No, because he didn't say Klopp out.
But he gave reasons as to why he's Klopp out.
No, he gave reasons why he's worried Klopp can't still do it. That's different to actually saying go. Like, I want you to go.
So if he said Klopp out and then listed those reasons, would you still say he's ungrateful?
Yeah, because as soon as you actually aren't willing to give Klopp a chance to prove himself, then I think that you've gone too far.
Fair enough. Out of the three centre midfielders, so out of the midfielders he named, so Kone, Varela, Gravenberch, McAllister, Ugarte, Lafie, and Lavia, which three would you choose?
Kone. So read them off again, say, bro.
Kone, Varela, Gravenberch, McAllister, Ugarte, Lafie, and Lavia.
I'd go Ugarte, Gravenberch. Or Kone, McAllister. Gravenberch, Ugarte, McAllister.
I would go Kone, Ugarte, and Gravenberch from that list.
I'm fully on the Gravenberch train still.
I don't see that happening.
No, it won't happen. It won't. But I do believe he'd be a good signing for us.
On Gvardiol, I think people look at the Man City games and think he must be rubbish because they shipped in all those goals. If you actually watch that game, the Leipzig goalkeeper was just on an absolute mad one. Like, some of the things he was doing, you just can't even explain. There's no defender in the world that could have saved that goalkeeper, to be honest, because he needed saving from himself. Messi doing him in the World Cup. I mean, Messi does everyone, innit? Like, regardless of age.
World Cup, innit?
Yeah, like Messi does everyone. So, I mean,
I do see a bit of similarities, but like, don't get me wrong. If we went in for Gravenberch, I'll be really, really happy. But I do see a lot of similarities between him and De Ligt, where I think the stock went up higher than it should have.
Maybe, yeah.
Do you get what I mean? And a little bit of like reality needed to kick in of like, he's not that good, guys. Do you know what I mean? Because you watch De Ligt now and you still can see a good defender, but you don't see that player that was supposed to be like the most amazing centre back you've ever seen, kind of thing. Do you know what I mean? So like, I think maybe Gvardiol is in the same bracket as De Ligt. You just got to calm down a bit. Don't go too far with the hype of the player, but definitely a good player though. Like, do you know what I mean?
2 questions. Have you ever heard me say I'm Klopp out?
No, what people saying?
No, just one word answers. What did I say? How long did I say I'd give Klopp until to prove himself?
I think you said Christmas next season. I think.
All right, cool. Just wondering because I don't know if you have ears and other people don't. It's weird that, isn't it? Mad. You know, like you can say, like you can hear me say something, you can understand what it's mad. It's mad. I beg you just pass that message on to like B Red and Big Fist for me. People in the comments. I don't know. It makes me. I wonder sometimes if I'm speaking Swahili, for example, so they don't understand it.
A couple people are backing up. Yeah, it was December. You said, yeah.
Oh. So there's other people who hear it as well. Mad that. Hey, anyway, let's go. Next caller in. M Tar Mizzy, Mr. Wick.
Yo, what going?
What's going on?
Yeah, man. All good. Yeah. I thought I got caught in the middle of thunderstorm, but it all it's all end now. First of all, Eid Mubarak. Eid Mubarak to everyone. It's a celebration.
Indeed.
And
Indeed.
yeah. Cal, have you done any fasting during the Ramadan? Just a quick one.
I think I did one day.
Yeah.
One day.
That's cool. That's cool.
I was
yeah.
meant to do
It feels.
I fast all the
surreal.
time. There's so many times, and I don't eat until the sun comes up. So I don't even mean to do it.
Yeah, it's still counted. Though. It's still counted. But just gonna get straight to the question.
Go for it, bro.
Do you know what it is? I noticed that the Prem right now, in the next few in the upcoming season, I feel it's going to be more competitive, and with more competition between the top 6 or top 5, or those pool of the elites. I reckon that there's going to be transfer between the rivals, like you see now, like Mason Mount is heavily linked with us, and then there's Gallagher. I don't have a lot to say on that, but you get my point. And we saw with Zinchenko and Gabriel Jesus moving to Arsenal, and then Sterling to City. So I guess it's gonna be. I see more like what happened to AC, Juve, Inter. Those kind of like Andre Pirlo back in the days. He moved in and about. So that's what I see. Yeah, I think I'd like you guys to chop that out. And also another player, you guys mentioned Vadiol and Dika. I'm with Cal on this, although he's my guy. He's my favorite centre back, non-Liverpool player, Kim Min-jae. And I'm guessing Drift has heard me mentioning this brother a few months ago before the World Cup. I think he won't suit with the system that we play, because the high line and the high octane football, especially in the Prem, and Kim Min-jae has this. I have just concern with his injury record. I know he's robust, but you know what happens to our centre backs. So I like you guys to have some sort of discussion. And I'm moving. I mean, I'm flying off, Cal. I did DM you a few days ago, I think, or last week, that I'll hit another DM that I'm flying to London next week.
Okay.
So maybe,
Oh.
Yeah.
Whereabouts?
No, I'll just be there for 10 days. Just
okay. Yeah, hit me up.
Some friends. Yeah. And I'm worried more. I'm worried more on the transport journey than the Liverpool West Ham, because I'll be touched down when they play that evening. So yeah.
Safe journey though. Safe journey.
Yeah.
But I know I mean, it's a flight still.
Yeah, thank you. But hope to meet you guys in person. But those are the question, and all blessed. Keep up the stream. And
we'll do, bro.
Hit
me up, man. Hit me up. We'll see what you can do.
For sure. Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Safe journey as well, brother.
No problem.
Big up, man.
Thank you.
Big up as always, bro. Big up yourself, man.
Yeah, appreciate it. Love.
Big up. Yeah, it's a long flight, man. It's a long flight. Yeah, bro.
That is a very long flight. I'll start with Kim. Have you watched much of Kim in at Napoli?
No. I'll be honest. I haven't seen that much of him. No.
So I think he's a fantastic centre back. I really do. He's excellent. I just don't think he would suit our system. Like, I think he suits a mid to low block defensive system, and we don't play that. So I just don't think it would work for him. Whereas I'm trying to think, who would he work for? Chelsea, for example. Him at Chelsea, I think he'd be a monster for Chelsea. But for us, I just don't see it working. But he's a quality centre back. Rival transfer. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, let me ask you a quick question, because I'm probably gonna forget it. We won't dwell on it. You remember when we missed out on Thiago Silva 2 seasons ago? Do you still look back on that as our major fuck up, or do you think maybe he couldn't have quite played the high line because like he's been brilliant at Chelsea because they do sit in a bit more. Do you think like if he at his age trying to play that high line, do you think he would have maybe had less of a longevity in the Prem at Liverpool than he did?
I don't think it was a major F up, but I do think it was an F up at the time because we needed a centre back and we needed we kind of needed a bit more leadership in the squad at that time as well.
Looking at how Joey's ended up, I think it was an F up. Because Thiago wouldn't have done a lot of what Joey's done. But I do think he would have struggled more in a Liverpool defence than a Chelsea defence playing Premier League week in, week out. Because the amount of running he would have done, I think, might have ran his legs out a bit quicker at his age. But yes, it's mad that we didn't jump on that anyway. You actually do still think about it. But yeah.
Yeah, it is. Rival transfers. I didn't think about it up until now. I think we'll see more, but I just don't think you'll see some happen between others. Like, I don't think you'll see anything between Arsenal and Spurs. You won't see anything between Liverpool and Man United.
No Liverpool, Everton either. That won't happen.
Well, Everton aren't a rival team anymore. So, I'm not even saying that to be shady.
No. They'll always be a rival, bro. Maybe not in terms of they're good, but they'll always be a rival.
No, but Empire Middies talk about like top 6 type of rival.
Oh no, but he must also mean just like any kind of like Newcastle, Sunderland. He must like mean rivalries as well. It can't just
he was saying it's more competitive, gonna be like in the top 6 gonna be more competitive. So
okay.
Like,
I mean, Arsenal will always take Chelsea rejects. That seems to be their thing, isn't it?
I mean, Man City are selling to Arsenal and Chelsea last summer.
I think if Man City end up winning the league, I think Guardiola might admit maybe it wasn't the best idea to let Jesus and Zinchenko go to Arsenal.
Zinchenko more so than Jesus.
I think both, because they've both been part of the rejuvenation of Arsenal.
No, but I mean Zinchenko could really help Man City this season.
Oh, yeah. Although Nathan Ake is actually a way better left back.
Defensively.
All round. I'll be honest, I just think all round he's better.
I think that's hard. Attacking wise, Zinchenko is better.
Yeah, but Zinchenko plays midfield when he attacks. It's not like he's a fullback that like bombs down the wing and stuff like a Rob.
No, he was doing that at City. He did both at City.
No, I mean at Arsenal. I mean the way he's attacking at Arsenal, he's becoming a midfielder when he's attacking. It's not like he's a marauding left back. Do you know what I mean? Like he's bombed.
No, but I'm saying if he'd stayed at City, he'd have done both. He'd have done the inverted thing in certain games, and other games he'd have held wide as well, depending on the opposition.
I just think Ake's a better player. Generally, I just think Ake's a better player.
I think he's a better defender.
Ake's pretty good on the ball as well, you know. He might not be as good as Zinchenko, but he's pretty good on the ball.
I rate Ake. Remember before he went to Chelsea the first time? I said I wanted Ake. Before he went to Man City, I said I wanted Ake.
When he was at Bournemouth, I think we should have went for him still.
I said this.
I know. Yeah. I think we should have went for him still. I
said it. And like I think we could have got him if we actually went in for him. Like
he's a defender that I think could have done brilliantly with our high line. You know, like the way we play. I think he's one of those players that would have fit perfectly in, and he's a left-sided as well, so it could have like okay.
But yeah, I do think we'll see. I don't think you'll see movement between Liverpool and United or Tottenham and Spurs, but I think the rest could pretty much be open. I don't think you'll see any between Liverpool and Man City either, weirdly.
I don't think you see any Tottenham and Chelsea either.
See, I wouldn't be surprised.
Nah, they hate each other. It's a bigger rivalry than I think people realise. You know, I don't think there'll be any Tottenham Chelsea.
Maybe not. You might be right on that, to be fair. But yeah, I do think there'll be movement between those 6 teams. Well, Newcastle might look to some of the teams. Newcastle won't sell any of their players to any of the big 6 teams, but I think there'll be movement.
I think if Man City went Kall-In, they might struggle to say no, but the rest probably not.
I mean, they can say no to anyone at the moment, because that's.
No, I know, but I can imagine like Gravenberch's head being turned by Guardiola, if you get what I mean. Like, imagine if Pep just gives him a call. Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't think he'd stay at Newcastle if Guardiola goes, "Yeah, Bruno, what you saying, bro? Do you want to come and take Gundogan's place?" Like, you know what I mean? It'll be like, "Yeah, look, Newcastle, thanks for the Premier League memories. Like, I'm going City." Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
I don't even know why I just put that in the atmosphere. Fucking hell.
All right, let's get our next caller in.
Give me one sec, G. Give me one sec.
Cool. Adnan.
Hey, what's up, guys? How you doing?
Yes, look at the beard, is clean, bro.
Yeah, I know. I had to
Long
trim it
time,
last week. Yeah, long time, man. I had a few topics I had written down, but before then, just want to say I think we're gonna take care of 9 and 4 tomorrow.
Yeah.
I think it should be a comfortable win. You know, after we've had our large margin of victory, we struggled in the next game, so I think we're gonna break that trend, especially back at Anfield. But first topic was the 3 p.m. blackouts. How do you feel about that? And because I know we get like pretty much every game here if you have NBC and Peacock, but I know back in UK those games are blacked out for you. How do you feel about the excuse they give for why they can't show the games? The next thing was failed Wonderkids. I saw an interview earlier today with Freddie Adu, and he grew up around where I grew up, so there was a lot of hype about him when I was younger, and it just didn't pan out for him. Like the media just hyped him to high heavens, and it just didn't turn out. That's one player who I would say who failed, but a wonder kid who I always thought was going to be good, who people like were iffy on at first was Vinicius. I remember his early Real Madrid days. People said he's trash because he can't finish. He's a road runner, but he really has a lot of ability and has become a world class winger.
Definitely.
And the last thing, I had two more things. One, do you think Klopp's system is it like a double-edged sword where he gets the best out of players, but they burn out a little early? Because you see Fabinho's like he's not even 30 yet, and a couple players seem to not be aging too well. And the last topic was the teams at the bottom. Out of everyone in the relegation zone, who would you take off their team? You could just pick one player from, like, let's say bottom five, because we don't know who's going to get relegated just yet. You could take any player from their team. It doesn't matter the price tag. Who would you take from the relegation?
I'm smiling because we're
Yeah.
going to do a video on this.
Oh, okay, cool.
Now, I still answer your question. Because we're going to more depth in the video, but yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Right.
See, I still got some time on the board, but that's all I have for today.
No, bless you, bro. I'm going to shut out for you now.
All right, cool.
Appreciate
take
you,
care.
man. You too,
enjoy
brother.
that, Matt. All right, man. Peace.
All right, nice one, bro. Take it easy. Great questions there. So the 3 p.m. blackout, I think it's an outdated thing that they've just decided not to update. I find it crazy that and again, I don't want this to sound like snobbish to anyone outside of the UK, but I find it crazy to think that we live in the UK, but we have more restricted access than those living outside the UK to watch football that happens in the UK. That to me is crazy. That's like, I don't know, the UFC, for example. We have more access to UFC in this country than they do in America. Like that to me, it just doesn't make sense. Like, I'd love nothing more for that 3 p.m. blackout to stop. And I don't think it would stop people going to games. Because look, I'm gonna be real. If I'm able to go to a game or watch it on TV, I'm going to the game. So, and again, I know I don't speak for everyone, but I think we've got to come to a situation here where you just realize like that rule's outdated and it's got to change. Like, before, highlights and stuff couldn't be shown before Match of the Day was aired. Sky Sports have the highlights pretty much as soon as the game's finished now. The highlights are all over Twitter before the games are finished. So I feel like the rule is there and they don't want to get rid of it. But I think they're waiting for someone to come along with big money to basically say, look, we'll pay for the 3 p.m. games. And once they get the money, then you'll see that rule magically disappear. So yeah. That's my thoughts on that. Failed Wonderkids. So the whole Wonderkid thing is kind of crazy. And look, this is why I always say I don't think footballers are overpaid and stuff like this. I genuinely don't. I would shudder to think if I was 15 years old that grown men were sitting in a bar saying that kid's going to be one of the best in the world. And if you don't fulfill that, you're looked at as a failure almost. Like if you're 15 and you've got all that pressure on your shoulders, that's mad. Like that, like think about what you were doing at the age of 15, 16. People like Jack Wilshere, Freddie Adu, as Adnan mentioned, like the pressure you have on your shoulders at that age must just be horrible. Like I can't think of a better word than just horrible. At the time, you're probably not thinking of it because you're living your dream out. But it's no coincidence that you see so many players who were brilliant at that young age just teeter off. Your body's going through change, your mentality is going through change, but all the while you're doing this in the limelight. It's a hard thing to do, man. It's hard. People around you know you've got more money than the average 16, 17-year-old. Are the people around you going to stay solid to you? Are they going to have your best interest at hand, or are they going to have their own best interest at hand? It's hard, man. It's hard. I do agree with Adnan. Up until Vinicius Jr. played us back in the 21 season, I thought it was going to be a flop. And then that day he turned his life around at our expense. And since then, he ain't looked back. Like he's been tremendous since that day. And since then, him and Benzema have been Real Madrid's best players. So he's one wonder kid. I look at someone like a Trent. I don't necessarily think Trent was considered a wonder kid outside of Liverpool fans, but he sure is showed that he's a generational talent. And I think we don't really speak about him like that because he's English. If he was from another country, I think we'd be lauding over Trent. But it's that weird thing when it's almost like it's too close to home for us to fully appreciate it, especially outside of Liverpool. But I don't envy wonder kids whether they are successful or failed. But it seems like a lot of them fail. But I think it's just different things that can happen in life. Like you look at people like Quaresma, Ravel Morrison's another one. Ravel Morrison's one of the most talented footballers to grace this country, and he's kind of got nothing to show for it.
I'm not sure about the Morrison one because I didn't really pay attention to him. But Quaresma, I definitely think that's a wasted talent. Yeah,
bruv. When Alex Ferguson says he ain't seen a more talented player in his tenure, think about some of the players that Fergie's watched. Fergie ain't got no reason to lie on Ravel, you know.
No, I know. I haven't paid close enough attention to really know how good was Ravel. And I mean, if he was that talented, then his mentality is really bad because his career has been absolutely nothing. Like you look at some of the other players, and at least they kind of did do something and then didn't, if you get what I mean. But Morrison hasn't done anything. Like, so his mentality must be really bad if his talent was that good.
Yeah, I don't know his full story, but yeah, you'd think that. You'd think that. But even like remember Sheffield United when they had Carl Walker and Carl Norton. Like, look how their careers have gone. Carl Walker's gone to the top. Carl Norton, we don't even know where he is now. So many things can happen, man.
Someone just said Makeda. I cannot believe that guy did a Cruyff turn score, one of the best goals we've ever seen. Helped Man United beat us to a title, and then literally what? Like,
here's the killer. Everyone forgets the week later he scored the winner in that game as well.
Yeah, he did actually. Yeah, you're right. But then what did he do after that, bro? It's mad.
Nothing. So
mad.
It's kind of mad. It is kind of mad.
Bayesian just said, don't forget how highly Alex Ferguson rated Jones. He did say Phil Jones is the next Rio or something like that.
He did. Is Klopp's system a double-edged sword? Yes, if we don't refresh the squad often enough. If we refresh the squad every 4 years, then Klopp, in my opinion, has the best system in football. But it only works if you can refresh it every 4 years. And that's a combination of the owners putting the money up and Klopp not being too loyal. Otherwise, we're going to go through these cycles where we're up for a couple of years and then potentially down for a couple of years. Because I personally think when it all works and things are in order, we've proved it. No one can hang with us. The only team that can hang with us is Real Madrid. No one can hang with us. And I know Man City will say, well, they beat us to 2 league titles. If we add context to that, Rodri not getting the handball and stuff like that, and, you know, a few other things here and there, which we won't speak about because it's allegedly, we'd have done everything. Real Madrid's the only team I'll sit there and go, you know what? They're the final boss and we ain't really beat the final boss yet. But everyone else we've washed and consistently washed.
I think it's mentality why we don't beat Real Madrid. It's not talent. I think it's mentality.
This season, I think it was a combination of both.
We're crap this season. But even so, we went 2-0 up at Anfield and then we just capitulated. It's something to do with the mentality when we play Real Madrid. It's weird.
I think that 2-0 was a bit of a false.
No, for the first 20 minutes, we were head and shoulders better than them, Cal.
Real Madrid are like that in most games. They never really start games.
I know, but we just didn't have the mentality to, you know, it was mistakes and dumb things, and I don't know. It's weird.
Real Madrid remind me of Nate Diaz. Like that first round, you know, Nate ain't gonna win in it. You just know he ain't gonna win the first round. But as the fight gets longer, he becomes more dangerous, isn't it? He just seems to hit a second gear.
I still believe Ibu plays in both ties when we go through. I know it might sound like I'm being very I believe Ibu plays in both those ties, and I think that we go through. I don't think Real Madrid beat us if Ibu plays, and that's not because I think we're great. I just think we capitalize on that lead, and I don't believe that we just capitulate the way we did. And Vinicius doesn't have anywhere near the joy he had if Ibu's playing. Do you know what I mean? Like he had the freedom of the park almost. Yeah.
Agree. And then one player from each of the bottom 5 currently, Drift. So the bottom 5 currently. So one player from Leeds that you would take. Who would it be?
Oh, KJ, I don't even want to be disrespectful. You ain't even got no one I want, you know, G. I don't even mean to be bad. Yeah, you really got no one I want, you know, blood.
That's deep.
It's like going to the reduced style. Who would you take from Leeds?
I'm looking at the moment. I'll be honest. It's slim picking still.
Someone said thrift store, you know. I'm gonna get that tag.
Jeez.
Baba, honestly, Leeds.
Maybe. Maybe Wilfred Nonto. If I had to pick one player from that team, it's probably him.
Harrison, he's been their best performer this season, right? Harrison.
Yeah, suppose. Everton, the only person I'd touch there is Onana.
Yeah, I agree with you on that one.
Nottingham Forest, Brennan Johnson.
I don't think he's good enough for Liverpool, but he's their best player,
yeah. Leicester, again, I can't believe Leicester are 19th in the league at the moment.
That's mad, isn't it? Madison all day.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. Southampton.
After today's performance, give me any of them.
I'm taking.
Give me any of them.
Shout out to Kevin. Keylor Navas from Nottingham Forest is a shout.
Shut up. Yeah, I forgot he plays there all day, every day, bro. All day, every day. We should be all over that for our backup goalie if we do lose Kelleher, bro.
From Southampton, either Lavia or Kyle Walker-Peters.
I'll go Kyle Walker-Peters or James Ward-Prowse. It'd be nice to have a set piece taker that we actually know is going to probably score.
It's just how many games would he get, though?
Yeah, I know.
After would he be on the pitch, take a set piece?
But you know what? I think that, I mean, I don't mean any disrespect to him when I say this, but I think if you was to say, for example, compare him to the role I now believe, say, a Henderson or a Milner should play if they are at Liverpool, he would probably do that slightly better. And then that means he might be on the pitch to have a free kick last 20 minutes or last half an hour or whatever. So, yeah.
Fair dues.
I'm not gonna lie, Latvia does look like a good player, though. He really does. He does. He's got a lovely little turn on him.
Yeah. I'll be surprised if he doesn't end up at Man City, if he doesn't go back there at some point.
Kyle Walker-Peters is a fucking no-brainer for a backup to Trent, man. It's an absolute no-brainer, especially if they go down. If they go down, Cal, it's an absolute no-brainer. You probably get him for like 8 mil or something like that.
Jeff, you don't have to sell it to me, bro.
The absolute no-brainer, bro.
You would have to sell it to him, though.
Yeah. But I think if they get relegated and he doesn't get a better offer as a team will play week in, week out, I think he'd take being a squad player at Liverpool.
I mean, he could probably go back to Tottenham and be a starter.
But that's what I mean. But would Tottenham go back for him? That's what I mean. Like,
well, they got, what is it? They got Pedro Porro now, didn't they?
And plus, remember, Spencer's coming back as well. Remember, he's only on loan, so they got Spence as well. Like, there's no point in them going.
I still love Spence at Liverpool. We really dropped the ball on that one, man. Really dropped the ball.
He would have been way better than Ramsey. We just
dropped the ball on that one, man. Telling you, last summer is gonna haunt me, bro.
Although Ramsey does look better defensively from what I've seen, but like
Not for
overall,
me, Ramsey's good. He's not as good as Spence.
Spence
Not
going
right
forward, unquestionably, yeah. Like,
Not right now. He could end up being better, but right now, no. I keep on seeing Basuma's name mentioned in the chat. Has he been linked with us again?
I don't know, but he's had a torrid time at Tottenham. I'll take Basuma for 25 mil.
So Basuma for me was a no-brainer. The only thing I keep on hearing about him, again, I don't know if it's true, it's rumors I keep on hearing, he's terrible trainer.
Oh, is he?
He's and you know.
But he's walked into a team that's got a poor mentality, though, so it was easy for him to look like a bad trainer.
He's bad at Brighton as well.
Maybe.
If he's a bad trainer, you know that ain't going to run at Liverpool.
Paulo Di Canio was a bad trainer.
Yeah,
Absolute
but
legend.
Basuma's not Di Canio in terms of to us what Di Canio was to West Ham.
No, I know, but I'm just saying, like, you know what I mean? Right.
If he's a bad trainer, then nah. If that's just a rumor and it's not true, then I'll take Basuma all day.
If he's a bad trainer, I do get what you mean, but I'm definitely not going to do the like recency bias thing. Like I said, like Basuma's
a G.
He's a baller. Don't look at him having a bad year at Tottenham, and he's a baller. Basuma is a baller.
I'll be honest. I know people ain't gonna like. I'm taking Basuma over Saicedo if I have the choice.
Ooh. I mean, Saicedo was a successor to Basuma, so effectively that's the king passing it down to the prince, right? So you might not even be wrong, to be honest with you. But yeah. And those injury records are a little worrying at Tottenham, but then again, I don't know what's going on at Tottenham. So
yeah. All right, let's get our next caller in.
Oh, big up, man, like Lee. Come on, hey, Lee, come up, Lee, don't give up, Lee, don't... Lee, my brother, don't give up, bro. Don't give up.
Yes, he's on Thursday night this week, Lee. You best win on Wednesday, Lee. You best win on Wednesday, bro.
Squidlet, fully salt, your pussy clot in a ear. Too enough, man. Squidlet.
Squidly. Anyhow, you lot lose on Wednesday. Bro, wherever you are in the country, I'm gonna find you, bro. You know, back in the day, like you get them Jerry Springer episodes where they'll just spring up at someone's workplace or something like that. You just see me with a cameraman with a microphone. Just Lee, what do you think about yesterday's result? Lee,
look,
you know, on Thursday.
Look, all you got to do, Lee, is look on the bright side. You got a good job.
Right, don't do it.
No. He's got a good job. He's got a good woman, and he's over 6 foot. Lee's winning. Lee, don't listen to the haters, bro. Don't listen to me. Don't listen to the haters, Lee. Chin up.
Listen to me,
bro.
Lee.
Chin up.
On Wednesday, if you lose, Thursday, you're getting cooked. You're getting cooked.
Chin up, Lee. Chin up, bro. Chin up.
The food's already in the peas are soaking on the stove. and the chicken is marinating in the fridge, bro. Don't let me turn on the oven and don't let me put on the Dutchy pot because Lee is curtains, bro. And I cannot wait.
Kyle said he's had the raisin soaking in the rum for a year, you know.
For a year, bro. The fruit's good now. The raisins are good now. Ready to make the rum cake, bro. Can't
I
wait.
just made myself hungry. I don't even know why I said that.
Can't wait. Right, let's get our next caller on. Zlatan.
Hi guys, how you doing?
Not too bad. How are you?
How you doing?
I'm good. Big fan. I've been following you guys since football banter days. So
Big up yourself, bro. Love for
great
that, man.
upgrade, and nice to see you all. And this is my first time, so I'm gonna try to make it count as much as possible.
Go for it.
From the bottom 5 teams, by the way, I would actually get what's that guy? The goalkeeper from Everton. Forget his name. The one we shouldn't say his name. Oh, Pinkford. Okay, yeah. Just to get him into the basement. That's it. Just for that.
If they get relegated, the basement is saving him, bro. I'm letting him go down with the Titanic.
And then
bro.
I'm gonna fill the basement with water. Just for that. But for you just on a serious note, I just saw the news that Barca are just gonna get our Bobby at the end of the season. Unfortunately,
I was just about to tell Cal the bad news. Still,
it's one of those things. It's a sad day for us. I know it's Eid, but guys, it's a sad day. But I have a couple of questions. I was looking at, Indinka being one of the options. I usually mention him as an option we can go for because, FSG will nickel and dime us all the time. So what do you think about, instead of him, Hincapi from Bayer Leverkusen, or Caldwell from Chelsea if they let him go? And then Antonio Silva from Benfica is another one that I think is would be great in our setup if we're playing inverted fullback. I am not necessarily a fan of Mason Mount, but if we're playing the inverted fullback, he would have a chance to play in the half spaces where he can set up crosses to the front 3. So he might be effective for us. So what do you think about that? And then I guess my last question would be, I've looked at, we do have plenty of options in terms of midfield that we can sign. I mean, Kefrem is one of them, which looks a baller. But isn't there like a way that we can sign someone from South America when they're actually affordable, if we're talking about Moneyball? And that's one thing that bothers me, is because they are, I looked at City, they signed, the number 9 they have right now. I see Brighton signing, Caicedo, and other clubs signing really good talent, like Wolves, for example, with, forgot the name of the guy from, João Gomez. So why do you think that Liverpool are not going for that market? So those are my questions.
Bro,
big up, man. Big up, man. Good debut, man. Big up
look, we
yourself,
always
man.
see you in the comments as well, so it's nice to hear your voice and for you to jump on a call, man.
Yeah. By the way, I was gonna, start boxing promotion when you guys were going back and forth about Klopp. A YouTube boxing match between you two guys, but that's not fair.
Bro, if you do want to do some promoting, remember Matt still wants them wants to put them paws on what's his name?
I ain't getting involved, bro. I ain't putting Matt in the ring.
What's his name? That MMA you. Matt still wants to put his paws on him. So get that promotion going, bro.
Look, I may give Cal some advance. So, anytime we can sign.
But I don't want to, no, bro. I don't want to do no. Don't sign me up to nothing, bro. I ain't doing it.
All right.
Remember, Cal called out John Jones. I'm not quite sure why. But...
Just don't pay that back.
I don't know about that. I don't think that's safe.
Pay that back, bro. Because all he
called him Big Belly Jones, you know. Big Belly Jones.
If I get beaten up by John Jones, it's on you, bro. You're gonna have to tell my wife, my kids, why daddy can't move anymore, you know.
I don't want to get
sued, that's it.
But yeah.
No, big up, bro. Big up yourself.
Big up yourself.
Thank you, guys.
Bro.
Big up, bro. Big up.
Bye.
Do you know
South
what?
America market,
bro? I was speaking to Chris Angel about this the other day. Big up Chris Angel. It really it's past the point of bewilders me. It pees me off. Gabriel Jesus, flipping Julian Alvarez, Caicedo, Enzo Fernandez. Like, but we could have signed these players for nominal fees. But we sit around, wait for them to go to a big club, and then scout these lot, flirt with them, and then go, oh, we can't afford you. Thanks though. Thanks for the date. I would much rather sit here, like even this summer, bro. You see, if we went to South America this summer and we signed 3 players who fit the criteria for midfield, but they were no names, I wouldn't care. I wouldn't sit here and act like I wouldn't even sit here and act like I know how good they are. Like Alan Varela, Chris Angel, and a few other people have told me about him. Bro, I can't sit here and say I know about him. But you see, if they go and take that chance and it doesn't work out, but you've only spent 10 mil, I'd rather you go and do that than just leave him to go somewhere else. And then 6 months later, you go, oh, we could have signed him for 10 mil and now he's worth 80. Because what help is that? Enzo Fernandez was there for around 10 mil. 10 mil, and he went for over 100.
No, it's true. It's mad.
Caicedo, Craver. All these players, but we could have signed Caicedo, Craver, and someone else in the summer. And do you know how nice we'd be? We'd be laughing at the rest of the league right now.
I do. There is a part of me though that does think that hindsight is something that's very easy, but maybe them going to that smaller team allowed them to continue to flourish and become who they are, and maybe going straight to a big club might have been like when Forlan went Man United, and it just didn't work because it was too much pressure too quickly. Like a Brighton or a Benfica, maybe that was the right move. Do you know what I mean? So I totally agree with you. But maybe hindsight is easy. Maybe if Caicedo comes straight to Liverpool, he don't quite handle the pressure and he doesn't fulfill the potential. Or do you get what I mean? Like,
you're right, Drift. But how about we go and get Caicedo, and instead of bringing him straight to Liverpool, you go, we'll put him on loan somewhere for a season.
Like Courtois when he went on a 2-year loan to Atletico Madrid, yeah.
Because that way it's a win-win. Because if you sign a player for 4 mil, they go on loan and they have an average time, you think to yourself, okay, it might not be good enough for Liverpool, but that 4 mil, you can at least get 10 mil from.
Yeah.
At least get 15. True. So at least you're still bringing in money that way. But we don't even do that. It's so annoying. But there's so much talent out there.
Yeah. That's true.
So much. And we just, bruv, McAllister, Matoma, and Caicedo. If you were to sell them for a combined fee now, you're probably looking around 200 mil.
Yeah,
they probably got those as a combined for 20 mil, probably. That's embarrassing on the rest of the league. And we seem to be one of the worst at it. Makes no sense to me, especially with the model we have. As I said, I just feel like we've become really lazy with our scouting and all that. Like, it just seems really lazy nowadays. And that's my biggest frustration with it. In terms of players like Thuram, I'd be over the moon if we signed Thuram. Not my first choice, but I'd still be over the moon with him. I just want to have midfielders now that can dominate physically and technically, depending on the opposition. It's been a while since we've had that. I want to go into a game and think that team's a rugged, physical team, but we can deal with that. Or I want to go into a game thinking, what, Real Madrid? Modric, Camavinga maybe. Do you know, we can do that. We can do that. We've got this player, we've got that player.
That was what we used to be like.
But I always use Thiago as an example. Thiago cost 20 million, and he's probably made us the happiest we've been at Liverpool fans in terms of a signing in the last 3-4 years. It's not always about the amount. Valverde is another one. Look at Valverde, bro, at Real Madrid.
By the way, did you see Diaz and Thiago in training?
Yeah, bro. It almost brought tears to my eyes, bro.
Yeah, that was just pure sex, bro.
I'm surprised they put that up on the Liverpool website without a restriction.
Yeah, I know, bro. It should have said warning, adult content, bro.
Bro, it shouldn't even have been on the Liverpool website. It should have been on OnlyFans, bro. Liverpool are missing the trick at the moment. They start up on OnlyFans and start putting that sort of content out there. Woo!
I'm telling you,
I'll
bro.
subscribe.
Mad thing.
I would subscribe, bro.
Please, everybody, enjoy Thiago while we have him. He's going to be one of those guys later down the line. You're going to be like, raw, yeah, he played for Liverpool. Like, enjoy it, man. I'm telling you, man, it's a talent beyond the realms, man. What a fucking player. What a player.
I do think Thiago's going to go down in the wasted category, and not because of him, because of what he was made to do at our club, though.
We definitely not utilise him right, but I think he's already been good for Liverpool. Maybe not as good as we would have hoped, but I don't think he'll be called a winner.
No, I'm not saying he's been rubbish, not by any stretch, but he's still been wasted. For what Thiago is,
we haven't utilised him. Yeah, we haven't utilised. We got him doing dog work. You don't have him doing dog work. That's madness. But you know what's next season, Cal? We unleash him with a McAllister and a Saicedo or an Ugar and a Saicedo or something. I'm going to try and keep the faith as long as I can.
As I said, I need to see what happens in the summer before I say anything about anyone or anything, because I need to see a lot this summer. Ins and outs. I need to see a lot. So we'll see. Right. Last caller of the show has been waiting patiently. Big fan of his. He's always supported the channel. Big up and blessings to Uncle Rods. Uncle, you there?
Yo, there's too much freeze up. Yo, I'm here. Can you hear me, G?
Yeah, you are freezing a little bit though.
Yeah, I think you're delayed. I think you're delayed, bro.
Yeah, it might freeze up. I know. This is peak round here, blood. This is peak round. I'm gonna let somebody else take the court, take the ticket and think that, right? And I have to catch you guys next. This one's a bit delayed. It's gonna be off. Understand what I'm saying? So I'm gonna let bring somebody else in, and I'll catch you guys week for. Yeah.
I think I caught what you said.
Yeah.
We'll
all right,
up.
G. All right. Yeah. We'll catch next week. Next week, Rog. We'll speak next week, G.
Yeah, all right, bless up.
Bless you,
Uncle. Bless, bro. Bless, man. That's a shame, man. He's got a bad connection, man.
Yeah. Big up Uncle all the time, though, man. Oh. Big up to Uncle all the time. Right, let's hit up these supers. Now, in fact, Drift, before I do that, score prediction for tomorrow, Nottingham Forest. What are you saying?
I feel really stupid being confident. The way our season's gone, as someone pointed out earlier, I think like we don't usually do too well after we've won a game by a big scoreline. So I'm extremely worried, Cal, that we're going to get a draw or some stupidness tomorrow. Like,
we're winning tomorrow.
But if you told me to just be completely like logical about the whole thing, I'll say 2-0 Liverpool. If you just ask me to be completely logical, based on scenarios, what's happened in the past, I'll say 2-0 Liverpool. I hope I'm right.
Minimum 3-0. We win tomorrow.
I hope so. The Nottingham Forest are really bad.
Yeah.
They are. Yeah.
We win that tomorrow.
If Tottenham beat Newcastle and we win tomorrow, we close the gap to 6 points, is there a... Could Matt be right?
Here comes Matt.
Could Matt be right? I mean, I don't think Tottenham are going to win, but, you know.
Yeah, but you're forgetting if Tottenham win, it takes them further away from us as well.
But we got 2 games in hand on Tottenham, so it's okay because we can still catch them mathematically, whereas if Newcastle
We've only got one on Tottenham.
Oh, was it not 2? I thought we had 2
So
games
let's say we win We go 3. If we win our game in hand, we're 3 points behind Spurs.
Well, we've got to play Spurs so we can take back those points. Because remember, we haven't got to play Newcastle, but we play Spurs. And if I'm being honest with you, I don't mean to take liberties with Tottenham, but they're a lot more likely to bottle than Newcastle are. Do you get what I mean? So I would rather we were chasing Spurs than chasing Newcastle.
It's the hope that kills you.
Oh, well, I don't believe, but I think we fight for what we can and we get Europa League and we're all happy with it, considering how bad the season's been.
Yeah.
So I'm all right with that. As long as we get Europa League, I'm all right with it. Do you know what I mean?
No, I agree. Messi FC says Mourinho took Tottenham's Hotspur to a final, won Europa and finished second with Ashley Young. Probably, I think it was left back actually instead of right back. Won Conference and Champions League and Europa League with Roma. GOAT.
I mean, he's still got to win it, Messi. Like, he's got 2 more games left to actually get to the final. But I've got to admit, I don't like Mourinho, but I don't hate him as much as I used to, because I do have a newfound respect for the fact that every time you think he's down, somehow he comes back, bro.
He does.
He
really
just
does.
somehow, bro. He's like, yeah, the man's a G still.
Shout out to Scott. The link was sent earlier, so we don't usually send it out more than once, or else we could literally be on here literally all night.
Yeah,
so,
we've actually been on 20 minutes longer than we were meant to, guys.
Yeah,
so, you know what I mean. Yeah.
Dinesh says, evening, Arsenal don't win the league, it's a bottle job. Don't forget Arsenal fans wanted us not to win the league first lockdown. I don't forget. I remember. Tell him again, Dinesh. This is what I'm saying, bro. I don't forget. You lot know my memory. I don't forget when Arsenal fans said we bottled it when we didn't win it in 18-19. Huh? And you're going to sit around and tell me, oh, no, we weren't meant to be here. You were 13-14. They told us we bottled it. Oh, no, we're not meant to be here. You know, we're not meant to be here. This is a good season, finishing second. Oh, no, we're not meant to be here. We play ball. We're not meant to. No. You're top of the league with a good lead and you've let it slip. Hold it. Hold it. Can't wait. Can't wait till Thursday if they drop to City. Oh, goodness, I can't wait. You're mad. Jay says, best 9 in the world in your opinion?
Benzema.
Haaland.
Actually, do you know what? Lewandowski's having an absolute blind of a season at Barcelona. Considering this is his first year in that league as well. It's a tough one.
Haaland for me, man. Still think
we can't forget Harry Kane.
I know, I was going to say Harry Kane.
Yeah, we can't forget Harry Kane. Yeah, we can't forget.
But Haaland is just, he's relentless, man. What was he on? 48 goals so far this season? Was it 49? That's
like
crazy.
That, yeah.
That's crazy, bro. That's actually mad.
Haaland is brilliant, but I'm not picking Haaland over the other 3 that I said.
Is that an aesthetics thing though, as opposed to a quality thing?
I just think it's just about all-round game. I think the other 3 also score goals. Maybe not necessarily as much as Haaland's doing at the moment, but the other 3 always get 20, 30 goals each season as well. But their link-up play and what they also bring to the team is if they're not scoring, they can contribute. Whereas, in no disrespect at all, because his job is to score, if Haaland's not scoring, he literally offers nothing. So I do prefer a Harry Kane or a Lewandowski or a Benzema type of striker, personally.
I know it's one season, but if I'm not mistaken, he's on more assists than Harry Kane this season.
Yeah, but a little 2-yard cross across the bar. I mean, like real assist, bro. I mean, like
not
creative assisting.
Bro, even the assist he got for Foden against Man United, bro, that wasn't just a little pass, bro. That was a
but I think that's the only one I've seen where I go, okay, there was a bit of inventiveness there. He's nowhere near as inventive as Benzema and Kane. Like nowhere near, bro. So, but yeah, Haaland's a beast, isn't it? Like it is what it is, bro.
I wish we got him, man. Jay says Fab and Stefan as rotation for the 6 next season. Maybe less games gives Fab some legs back. Maybe it's a lot of pressure to put on Stefan though.
But you know what? He's 18. He might be coming up 19 next season. He might be all right, man. He might be all right. Like not to just keep going on about it, but Cal, if I told you there's one player that you've got to worry about in terms of like just being just that big game, lethal all round. I'm just gonna get the shit done today. Do you think Haaland would be more scary than Benzema? Because in my opinion, Haaland don't strike fear like Benzema. Whichever one you think is like a better finisher or whatever, but there's something about Benzema that there's a swag to him that's just like I'm just gonna get
Haaland's
this
pretty
shit
much
done.
shown up in every big game this season, maybe barring the one at Anfield. But
No, I'm not saying that he's like
Arsenal.
a bottler or anything like that. Of course he's not. But like, does he put the fear in you? Like, you see Benzema, he's actually one of them strikers that like he just puts the fear in you. You just know he's gonna be clutch. You know he's gonna do something. You know he's going to deal with it. You just know it. It doesn't matter what way you look at it. You just know he's gonna get the job done, bro.
Right now, you'd probably say Benzema. But in a year's time, you could be saying Haaland. But in 6 months' time, you could be saying Haaland. I don't think either answer is wrong. Haaland's showing he's that guy. Like Haaland was brought in to get them Champions League. He's getting them Champions League as things looks.
I know. I hear that.
What? How many did he get? How many did he score against Leipzig? It's like 4 or something like that.
I can't even remember. I know it was a lot though. Yeah.
Bayern Munich missed the penalty. Still said, "I'm that guy."
No, but Benzema does that all day as well, though. That's what I'm saying. Like Benzema does that. Like
no, I hear you. But we've seen Man City bottle big games and big occasions. This guy don't look like he's on that. He looks like he's saying to you. He looks like he's come in and gone. Yes, stop this bottle job stuff. I ain't moved here just for glory, for giggles. I'm here for trophies and that. That's what it feels like. Have you got 5 goals in 60 minutes, bro?
No, I know, but they're just Benzema's just scary, man. Like he is, man.
Are we saying that as Liverpool fans, though?
No, bro. I just watch him in the Champions League. He's just that guy. There's an aura about him. He's just like, I'm just gonna win this game.
No,
everyone be cool. I'm just gonna win this game. Like, and he does it time after time after time. Like Benzema is he's ridiculous. I'm not even gonna lie.
He's a G. Benzi's a G, man.
Yeah, he is, man. It's mad. I hate him, but it's mad.
Scott says, adding a name for my number 6, Varela Boca Jr. Again, everyone keeps on mentioning Varela. I can't sit here and be shameless and be like, I know how he plays or anything. So if anyone can give us a little breakdown or send us some stuff on him, that would be greatly appreciated, because I don't know anything about his game, how he plays or anything. I couldn't sit here and lie to you and comment on that. Gravenberch 35, Barella 70. That's 130 for 3 quality midfielders, plus 30 left over for a quality centre back. Yeah, again, I agree. That's without player sales. Look, if we've got £150 million budget, I still think should have been at least 200. But we can definitely sign top quality players for that. Players that will definitely improve on what we've got now. So,
Cal, how about Bobby's going to Barcelona? Mainly because Liverpool are getting Gavi.
Bobby, don't work like that, bro.
Let me dream, man. Let me dream.
Dream all you want, bro, but you still got to wake up eventually.
Gavi on a free, Gravenberch, Barella, and give me a holding man. I'll let you have Kone because I know that's who you want.
I wouldn't even say Kone is a holding man, though. He's not a pure holding man.
I mean, nobody apart from Ugarte, nobody we're being linked with is really like a pro. Like I wouldn't even say Caicedo was like an out and out holding man.
And that's my concern. That's my concern. My concern is we only get one centre midfielder. That is my concern.
We only get one. We're not even serious about anything.
That is a big concern of mine. Because he's going to look at it and say, I've got Bichetic. As you guys are saying, Fabinho's got another season in him. He's obviously not selling Henderson. Milner might get a new contract. That's 4 already. Thiago ain't going anywhere. That's 5. Jones, that's 6. Elliott is 7. 1 more makes 8.
By the way, people, I know we're not getting Gavi. I'm just trying to put in the atmosphere, man. Let me live, man.
I'd be devastated if we only get one centre midfielder. I really would, but I wouldn't be surprised either.
I don't know if they're going to be the quality of player we want, but I do think we'll get at least 2 midfielders. It's just the quality of the midfielder worries me. That's what it is.
Sean P. Casey says, Lee.
Do you want to hear Lee and Scouse?
Go on. Lee. Vacabon says Dave Fallows is favourite for the director of football job this summer, but Tim Steiden of Leverkusen is being considered. If it's Dave Fallows, I kind of don't know what to make of that. It's like if it's Dave, if it's Dave Fallows,
Squidler!
Anyway. Oh, Lee. Chin up, man. Chin up, brother. I told you, man. Chin up, man.
I'm gonna be real, yeah. If it's Dave Fallows, I don't know what to make of it. And I'm not saying Dave's rubbish by any chance. But is he going to have that sway to be able to negotiate with Klopp and Pep Linders and whoever else is on the board? Is he getting a job because they're boys? Because I need someone to come in and shake up the system. I'm going to be real.
That's one thing that I don't necessarily know if it will happen, though. Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't, because Klopp seems like he's part of the process, so to speak. I don't necessarily know if Klopp would want somebody who's going to challenge him. But I mean, a lot of it is hearsay. There's no point talking about it until we fully know.
We'll see, innit? We will see. Mr. Tibbs09 says, my concern is what manager is going to work under FSG model besides Klopp. My annoyance is with FSG sabotaging the Qatari bid. Hashtag FSG out.
There's a lot of rumors going around today that FSG have changed their mind in the majority share.
They can go suck out, man. On FSG. They ain't changed their mind, bruv. Their mind's always been the same. They ain't for sale unless someone comes with stupid money, and no one's gonna come in just for stupid money. It's a business acquisition.
Yeah, but bruv, them brothers there that you lot told me about, you know, the guys who might be the ones getting the third. Yeah, the Singapore guys that might be getting the.
That's gone quiet now.
Yeah. No, but I don't mind it going quiet because that means it might be true, because a business deal like that would be kept secret because it's a big deal, and then it would just come out later. We do work like that, but
secret, we wouldn't have heard about it in the first place, bro.
No, but that they might have been like, right, let's put a lid on it now that leaks come out because it might mess up what's going on, kind of thing. Look, I'm just trying to keep the spirits up. But if they do take over, what I would like about that would be that I think eventually they'd want the majority share and they would buy FSG out. So even if it would take maybe a year or two longer than we want, I think eventually FSG would go. And if they've got the type of money that you say they do, like 600 billion or whatever, I'm not going to lie, giving FSG an extra billion, that's not really worth it. But just to get it, they might do it. Do you know what I mean? When you're worth that much money, and £1 billion wouldn't be something stupid to you. You know what I mean? You might just do it just to get the majority. Look at Man United, bro. Whoever buys Man United is ridiculously paying over the odds for Man United. 6-7 billion to pay off some of the debt is the, like, come on, I know Man United are an amazing team financially and around the world and all that, but 6-7 billion is a joke, but somebody's gonna pay it. So maybe FSG will get an extra billion from somebody, you know, willing to want to own a club as great as us. Who knows, man? Let's just try and keep some kind of faith, man.
To answer the first part of your question, not that I want to see him go, as I've said for the 100th time now. But managers that show they could potentially work under the model, maybe someone like a De Zerbi, Ruben Amorim.
I need to see De Zerbi do well for a little bit longer.
That's what I'm saying. Maybe that's because it's not a guarantee. Obviously,
Graham Potter's really thrown the cat amongst the pigeons now. Of like one of the managers in brilliantly at a lower team, and can he step up to the bigger teams? I think that kind of should put a little bit of doubt into some of the, De Zerbi and little things like that.
I think that's harsh though, Drift, because Potter was fighting a losing battle from the day he got there, bro.
I hear you, but I still believe that could possibly be because he was also out of his depth with like big names, big personalities.
The owners were going in and taking team talks and all that stuff.
No, that's why Lampard's there. That wasn't happening when Potter was there. Bro, that's Lampard when they're doing that.
Todd's playing. Like, it's kind of rough, bro. Gang and Deep says, Jiff, when does Klopp credit in the bank run out for you?
18 months.
From now, 18 months from the beginning of like when 18
months from now, if it's still poor, and I can't see any of him wanting to change or whatever.
So you'd give him 18 months from today of poor football, bro?
No, not literally just poor football, because we haven't always played poor football this season. Some of our games have been good this season. So like just 18 months of me just thinking, yeah, do you know what? Actually, he's not quite up to it anymore. Nothing's
a long time in football, Drift.
Yeah, it is. But I don't think it's going to be 18 months of rubbish.
So what's the... I don't get what the 18 months is based off then.
It would have to be 18 months of me just realizing this isn't going anywhere. Like if he had 6 months that are amazing, then maybe fell off again a little bit or whatever. Be like, okay, maybe a little hard reset. We were good. What went wrong? Like it'd have to be like at least 12 months of like, bro, we're just going nowhere. What is going on? Like this time next year, we're just completely just crap, and we have been the whole time. And they'll be like, all right, do you know what? Something's not right here. Maybe Klopp needs to go.
Fair enough. Gang and Deep, Cow and Drift. If Klopp gets the whole season, what would he have to achieve with Liverpool for him to justify being the best Liverpool manager since he, I'm going to say, messed the whole season?
No, I think he means mortgage the whole season. I think he means
minimum 2 trophies. Yeah. What would he have to do to justify still being Liverpool manager next season?
Nothing. He can be Liverpool manager next season based off of what we've done now, in my opinion.
So he doesn't have to achieve anything next season?
Oh, I thought you meant what does he have to do to justify being our manager for the 23-24 season?
No, but as in like if he gets the whole of the season, like what?
Oh, if he gets the whole of next season?
Yeah.
Oh, so I thought you meant if he gets the whole of this season, like saying if he doesn't get sacked before the end of this year. I was thinking, what he don't need. If next season we get back into the top 4 and we're competitive again, and we're like not like having these really silly results like losing to Nottingham Forest and that kind of thing, even if he doesn't win a trophy, if we're back amongst it, then I'll be like, cool, yeah, Klopp's back to doing, because you got to remember it's a little bit of a different landscape now as well. Arsenal look like they're massively improving. Newcastle are in the conversation now. Like it's not as easy as it was in terms of like as long as you can compete to a certain level, like you're in kind of thing. Like it kind of looks like now you've got to be really good to be in almost, because Man United are going to continue to improve. Chelsea would definitely be back. They're not going to be this crap. Like. So it might, I think it's a little bit more difficult than people think it's going to be to continue to get top 4 from what it seems. So, yeah, as long as he's comfortably back into the top 4, I'd love a trophy, obviously, but I wouldn't say he's got to actually win anything. I'd just say he's got to be top 4, back to being fully competitive and not silly away losses to Nottingham Forest and dropping points at home to Leeds and stupid things like that.
I think we need a trophy.
I want a trophy. But
I think we need one.
Fair dues.
think we need one. If we're screaming, we've got some of the best players in the world, and we've got one of the best managers in the world. We need a trophy to match that.
No, we do. But there's only 4 trophies you can win, and there's more than 4 teams that are really good. So I'm just saying, like, it's not an inevitable thing.
And we make sure we're better than the other teams to win one of those trophies.
And I really hope we do that. And it will also be based on how he's backed. I can't lie. If we're not financially backed in the summer, then I really don't think it's fair to judge Klopp.
Yeah, that I agree with as well. But if he is backed and he says no to certain things, then it is on him.
If he's backed and he says no, then yeah, then I'll put it on him. Yeah, I can't disagree with that.
Pause.
What did I say?
You'll put it on him still.
Oh no, because putting it on him might be like a rough him up and
moving
his face.
Like Ja Rule and Little Mo out here, bro.
No, because you know, certain time people might be like, "Yo," like putting it on it might be like I might grips him up, thump him in his face, you know. But yeah.
Ed says it's mad with this Klopp out agenda. People seem to think he's in absolute control of money at Liverpool. He's not. Why do these people propose? Who do these people propose to replace Klopp? Yeah, right. All quiet. Well, people have opinions on who they can get to replace Klopp. Again, not saying I agree with them, but there are names out there.
I would love to know who thinks is a viable, actual replacement for Klopp. As Ed Father saying, like not just putting a name out there randomly, like, you know, Graham Potter, like I think like a really viable, like you believe it. He would replace Klopp and do better at Liverpool under FSG. I'll be very interested to see who people would actually say.
I don't think anyone believes that Klopp has full control of the money, but I think he has way more control than our fan base like to believe. I think our fan base sit there for most parts and believe he just takes orders from FSG and has his hands fully tied behind his back. Like, Klopp's got way more power than we believe. Like, Klopp got Gakpo in January when we needed a centre midfielder. He got Darwin Nunez for a record fee. Like, he
power within a budget, though, Cal. It's power within a budget and a strict budget.
But he chose to get a winger or an attacker instead of a midfielder. Like, we could have got midfielders in January. He chose not to. We could have got midfielders in the summer. He came out. If we're doing the whole listen to what Klopp says, he came out and said it was my mistake, and now we're going to try and get a midfielder. Those are his words.
Yeah, his words. We just got some little flimsy loan fee, so it wasn't really.
We left it too late in the window. Who else were we going to get? No one was selling that late in the window.
No, but if you've got the funds, I still believe you could have got somebody.
But no one weren't selling, bro.
No, but money talks, innit?
If you want to sell, if we had, let's say, a crazy offer came in for, who's a player that, I'm trying to think now. Let's say a crazy offer came in for Gomez, for example, at the beginning, or like with like a day left in the window. We wouldn't have said yes to it because we're sitting there going, well, who are we going to get to replace Gomez? What happens if Ibu gets injured and Matip gets injured with their record?
Well, it depends. The reason Adrian's a Liverpool goalkeeper is because we accepted a last-minute bid for Mignolet.
Yeah, because that's what we do as a club. We let players go when it's not enough.
But I'm saying we could have told. Was it Anderlecht he went to? I think it was, isn't it? We could have told them no, but we accepted it.
Yeah, because
we could have gone and got a player that's at a club
mentality. Not everyone has that mentality.
No, but I'm telling you, Liverpool are a big club, which is a lot easier to hold on to your assets. We could have gone to one of the smaller teams and come with a really good offer that team realized they couldn't turn down. Money talks.
For who?
Like, say Neves, for example, at Wolves. I think if you go in with a bid that's really, really nice, Wolves wouldn't say no.
Wolves said they wanted 80 to 100 mil for Neves.
Nah, I didn't hear that. When did they say
it was
that?
There. They said that. 80 to 100 mil for Neves, bro.
Right, I never saw that.
You think Wolves are going to sell Neves 2 days before the window shut?
No, but what I'm saying is money talks. That's the point I'm making. Like, if you're willing to pay, you can get whoever you want, bro.
You can't, bro. No one could have bought Trent from us, no matter how much money they've.
No, but we are a big team. That's what I'm saying. The smaller teams can't think like that. If you go around the world and you look at some of the teams who may be a bit financially strapped, like like a Inter Milan or Feyenoord or an Ajax, or one of the teams, maybe not Ajax because they made a lot of money, but them teams that are a little bit more financially restricted and they kind of have to think about it. If you offer the right amount, you'll get whoever you want, bro.
All right, but Drift. All right, Stevie starts school in September. I know we're in April now. I've already said to my missus, Stevie's school uniform, we need to buy that by the beginning of August. The only way he's not ready for school is if he has a mad growth spurt between August and September the 1st. Drift, if I'm queuing up outside of a school uniform shop a day before he starts school, whose fault is that?
No, I'm not talking about blame. I'm just talking about, but technically you could still get that uniform even if you got to pay a bit more, though. That's all I'm saying. Like, money talks. If we paid more, we could have got a midfielder.
But you're missing the point, bro. The school uniform could be sold out.
Yeah, but obviously football's different. There's players everywhere. It's just, are you willing to pay for them? We got Artur because our budget is terrible.
No, bro, we got Artur because Klopp, as he said he's happy with the midfield. We had injury problems. Remember, Thiago went down, Hendo went down.
But do you really believe he wanted a free loan player as the guy, even when he realized he'd made a mistake? Do you really think he just wanted a free loan player?
I really believe he didn't want to sign a centre midfielder last summer until he saw the injury crisis. I really think he was happy waiting until this summer to sign a midfielder.
Yeah, because he knew the budget had to be preserved. That's what I'm saying. He knew the budget.
One player.
Anyway, listen, we're gonna get back into it. Let's not.
Planner Boy says Drift is actually the second season Klopp sort of making the same mistake. 2021, Klopp played Hendo and Fab instead of the right defense for it. He refuses to adapt quick and fast. There's a pattern.
Fair dues. I personally would have also played Flacco instead of Reece Williams, but thankfully, when he did change it, it helped. But Reece Williams isn't good enough. I wouldn't have played him.
Would you have played Henderson instead of Nat Phillips?
No, I would have played Phillips, but I definitely wouldn't have played Reece Williams, which meant one of them midfielders would have been playing centre back.
But one instead of two, which then left us short in midfield.
No, I know, but I'm just saying. No, I mean, technically, the other midfielders just didn't play well enough in midfield. But yeah, I wouldn't have played Reece Williams.
Mr. Tibzo says, from what I've read, please correct me if I'm wrong, Bill Shankly was ruthless. Regarding Flacco, Klopp needs to tap into his inner Shankly. Shankly was ruthless. Shankly wouldn't. I don't know how fans would take Shankly nowadays. Like, we talk about Shankly highly and rightly so, but I'm telling you, Shankly's motto was first or nothing. Remember that. Because when people talk about the Liverpool way on that, it's pretty much Shankly who started that. Again, Hardeep, listen to what I'm saying, please. Never said Klopp out. Stop putting words in my mouth. I'm very silly now. Ed says, Drift is right, Cal. Who out of us can say that we love Liverpool more than Klopp? He is as invested emotionally as much as any of us in the success of the club. Everyone needs to calm down. I've never disputed Klopp's love for Liverpool. That doesn't mean he's not making mistakes and doing things wrong, though.
No, but I think what he means is that's the reason why he puts up with a lot of stuff that we all say, why is he putting up with? Because, like, for example, when Maddie was saying, why is Klopp putting up with it? I think it's because he prefers to be Liverpool manager and put up with some things he doesn't agree with or he knows are wrong, rather than walking away and not being Liverpool manager. And in the what do you call it, in the press conference, I'm sure he even says something about how much he loves this club and this is his club. Because someone says something to him like, why don't you go to another club with a better budget? And he was like, why would I want to leave Liverpool? Like, but again, let's not go too deep into it because it's going to start causing a lot of back and forth. But I think that's what Ed means. Like, he puts up with stuff because he wants to be Liverpool manager.
Fair dues. I'm just going to start speaking on Klopp. It's getting so tedious now. Stardane says, I think we can only fully assess Klopp after 23-24. I think he's got up until
with a back summer. Yeah, I agree with
that. Unbiased USA Liverpool supporter. Big up yourself for becoming a member. Much appreciated.
Big up.
Planner Boy, big up yourself, says Drift, poor management, injuries, players overplayed is on Klopp for 2021 and 2023 season. It's not a one season thing.
I disagree. 2021 was because he was overplaying players in terms of like it's like Pickford's injury on Van Dijk, what apparently happened to Gomez in training. Those are impact really bad tackles. I think it's kind of unfair to say that was because of Klopp's training methods, personally, and like overplaying them because at that time. But again, even if you do feel they were overplayed, bro, isn't that because he wasn't backed by FSG after the year we won the Champions League and the Premier League? Like, let's go back a couple years. He was getting people like Van der Berg and obviously Elliot looks like he's going to go on to be a good player. He was only 16, 17 at that time. And it's
after we won the league, we signed Simicast, Jota and Thiago.
Yeah. But remember, again, even at that time, we were saying it was still kind of a bit late because we knew we should have kind of like done a bit more the season before. So that season, we weren't playing catch up because we were always kind of playing catch up.
He decided he didn't want a centre back.
We were always playing catch up from when we won the Champions League and didn't improve the squad at that point. It was always like a season behind from that moment.
But he decided he didn't want a centre back.
I don't remember that being the case.
But when it's the season with 3 centre backs because we sold Lovren.
Yeah, but I don't remember any report saying it was because Klopp said, "Yeah, I don't want another defender."
But the report was that Flacco can be a 4th choice if need be, and the Billy Cometio hype. Do you not remember?
Yeah, but I don't believe that. I don't believe that was true stuff. I just think that's papers talking, man. I don't. It wasn't a Klopp quote. I don't think.
Willen says, as fans, we need perspective. Klopp out is crazy talk. We must want Hodgson back. Yes, FSG did that. It's one season. Other men have been stealing a living. I mean, no one's asking for Hodgson back. I don't know. The extremes people go to, man. No one's ever asked for Hodgson back. We understand we had bad days before, but does that mean we just accept everything that happens in the future? I don't know, man. Jay says, don't sleep on the Boca Junior kids. Why don't you see Gravenberch happening? He has leverage, not buying. Well, I don't think he has the leverage from what I know.
Yeah, he's got 3 years left on his deal, bro. I don't think he does, to be honest. I know they're not going to want an unhappy player, but Bayern definitely hold the key to that one, though. Because you know what worries me about Gravenberch, Cal, is that, yeah, maybe they'll accept, all right, yeah, he's got to go. But we're loving the idea of Gravenberch around the 25 mil mark. If they go, yeah, all right, cool, but 45 now, Liverpool are going to go, whoa, we thought it was 25, and we'll walk away. That's what we do. We're not going to pay 40 or 45 for a player that we know was supposed to be 25. You know what we're like. It's like seeing something on sale, and then when you get there, it's back to full price. You're like, yeah, you're all right. Like, you know what I mean? Don't want it anymore. So that's why I'm still kind of worried about Gravenberch, even if they do accept that he wants to go.
Sultan says, just got announced. Drifty guys, Rob versus Duplessis. Surprised they made that fight. Duplessis ain't gonna get to fight Adesanya now. Rob's gonna whoop him, boy. Rob is gonna put hands on Duplessis. Duplessis ain't coming through that fight. It's gonna be Robert Whittaker versus Adesanya again. Duplessis ain't beating Robert Whittaker.
That's what we want to see, bro. Just quickly on that, I can't wait for Tank Garcia, bro.
Big fight. I can't even watch it live because I've got work on Sunday. Very early as well.
That's a shame, bro. What a fight, bro. Have you been watching all the build up in that?
Yeah, of course I have.
It's getting crazy, bro. Man said, I'm gonna break your face, bro.
Yeah.
Woo!
There's something about Tank that I really like.
He's very, very humble, but bad man at the same time. I love it. It's almost like the perfect professionalism, but banter at the same time. Yeah, it's gonna be a fight, man. It's gonna be a fight.
John Conway, big up yourself. John Conway
Big
says,
up,
big
John,
up Cal and
anytime.
Drift and Matt. How are you? We're good, bro. Hope you and the family are well.
Big up,
Absolute
John.
legend you are, John, man.
100%.
Jade Activist says Tyler Adams. Maybe. I'd probably go Nonto though. But it's slim pickings at Leeds. Jay says you see Bobby has agreed to sign with Barca. Yeah, I've seen it.
Yeah,
I've seen it.
I don't like him going to Barca because I don't like Barca, but I'm happy for him that he's going to continue at a high level though. Sultan is saying it's £85 for the pay-per-view. What, in America? What?
Yeah.
I thought it was 65. 85?
Yeah, they put it up.
Ah, what the hell, man? That's crazy. That is crazy.
Ed says, "Are you gonna read the old super chats?" I swear, yeah, we got you, man. We've read them.
Yeah. Apologies, bro.
Jamrek says Mike Gordon returns a bigger issue than people think, as he's too close to Jurgen Klopp from a friendship standpoint to tell Jurgen to stay in his lane or F off. Yep. As Ed said, no more comments on Klopp from me. Jay, if Klopp wins Europa, is that enough? For me, it would be.
What, next season? Yeah, I think that would be a good season if he wins Europa.
Yeah. But I still need to see where he finishes in the league, but just face value winning Europa, yeah, that would be enough for me, I believe. De Zerbi would be good at Liverpool. I think he could potentially be as well, but I need to see how he gets on for another season as well.
Yeah, I need to see way more evidence. Do you remember when Silva was doing really brilliantly?
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong, I do think like he's proven again at Fulham that he is a good manager. But do you remember when he took that step up, and it wasn't even that big of a step up? Like it wasn't like a Liverpool step up, and he just couldn't quite deal with it. That's what I'm saying about managers like De Zerbi and that. Like I need a bit more evidence. I really need a little bit more evidence that he'll be good now.
Vaka Bon says Liverpool not looking for a right back at all. Not surprised by that. I don't think it's necessarily the worst thing in the world either. Jay says Diaz come on as right wing against Leeds. Will it be Gakpo, Nunez, Diaz after Salah? I hope not. Because I think Diaz is way better on the left.
Plus, I just think he wanted to rest Salah, Jay. And obviously Diaz was the better person out of all the ones who came on to play there. But maybe we will see him play there a little bit more. Who knows? I don't know.
Shout out to Forest Fan TV, guys. Make sure you guys subscribe to those guys. Good luck tomorrow, lads. It was great being on the shows with you earlier this week. Go easy on us. I hope we don't go easy on you, but it was absolute pleasure speaking to you guys and doing a show with you. And hopefully you stay in the league so we can collaborate a bit more as well.
Yeah, big up.
So Latan says, who was the player that made you love Liverpool? For me, it was John Barnes. Robbie Fowler for me.
Yeah, Barnes for me. Have you seen the Robbie Fowler Premier League half an hour Legends mini documentary thing, Cal? Where like
I know you
Fowler
can't ask me that question, Drew.
I don't know, man. I don't know. I mean, I would have assumed, but you can't make assumptions, you know.
Do better than that, Drew.
I watched it again. I think it was yesterday or the day before yesterday. The Growler, man. I got emotional watching him talk about his return back to the club, and it was years ago, brother, and I still got emotional watching it.
Yeah,
it's
Fowler's
crazy,
my guy, man. Fowler's my guy.
Fowler's different level,
man. Ed says, keep up the good work. You deserve 100k subscribers. Bless you, Ed. Appreciate that. God willing, we'll get there sooner rather than later as well.
And on that, guys, on the road to 30, man, please subscribe if you haven't already, man.
Sultan says, Cal, we must give credit to Dorino, man. 3 fights in 3.5 months. He's smoking Bilal, and then he'll get his deserved shot. How's FPL going for you? FPL, bro. I don't...
We got to tap into it though. We have forgotten about it. I'm second in the Prem panel one, but yeah,
we'll do that in Monday. I agree. Dorino really has I think he beats Bilal. I think he's a really bad matchup for Bilal. he beats Bilal, he has to get the next title shot. Really and truly, should be getting the title shot ahead of Colby, but politics will be what politics are, isn't it?
Yeah, that's a wind up. Although I don't know, I've slept on Bilal a few times and he's proved me wrong, so I wouldn't sleep on him again.
Yeah, true. Jay says best left wing in Liverpool history. It's between two.
Oh, I think it's Barnes. It's
between Barnes and Mane. I don't hate on which one you say out of the two. I only saw Barnes towards the end of his career. I didn't see him in his prime. I've seen video and watched games back of his. I wasn't able to watch him week in, week out. He's before.
Oh yeah. Neither was I. But based on what I've seen, heard, and whatever, like Barnes at his peak was just a whole nother level. He was just a whole.
Mane, his peak was winning games as well, bro.
No. Facts. Come on, Mane's my guy, bro. But I think I would probably slightly still go with Barnes, you know. You know what I think is a shame? I think a lot of these old school ballers that were absolutely special, like Fowler will go into this category. I think it's a shame they grew up in an era where people didn't have more of the sports science and like taught them how to take care of their bodies a bit more and be able to have that longevity. Because back in the day, you would see a player get to like 28 and he wouldn't be able to continue at a high level just based on the fact that he started to gain weight and he would, you know what I mean? Because they weren't taught to like, not eat chips after games and don't drink alcohol and do all that kind of stuff. Do you know what I mean? Like
Barnes was because he ruptured his Achilles.
No, yeah, injury could play a part and stuff. But I've heard John Barnes talk about like they would go for drinks and they would, you know what I mean? Like they didn't have that like knowledge of like, right, you know, this is really bad for your career if you eat this and you don't do this and you don't do that the way players do now. Do you know what I mean? So I think there's some of them old school ballers that could have been so much better for longer if they'd have had the nutrition and all the sports science and all the things that modern football has. Because John Barnes put on a lot of weight compared to how he was as a winger. Do you know what I mean? Like if you think about midfield Barnes compared to winger Barnes, it's like, it's totally different. It's not even like it's the same player. Do you know what I mean?
Star Dazen says Hendo and Fab can't start games in 23-24, way too slow. I mean, no.
What I do just want to caveat quickly when we're talking about those players, though, guys, is if you're having one of those players and they're playing with two other young, energetic, good players, it's different. Like we keep thinking about it because we've seen them all playing together. Shit, we've even seen Milner, Hendo, and Fabinho this season together. That's a nightmare. But if you've got Fabinho with Caicedo or McAllister, then he won't be carried because he will be able to do his job because he won't be looking lost because all the other players will be doing their job. I think like we keep thinking that one player in a team with the other two new players is going to be the same as that player playing with the other players who we also have seen having a bad season. Like it won't be that way.
Shall I tell you why I disagree with that? Arsenal have got everyone fit at the moment who's been their best 11 apart from one player. They've got Holding instead of Saliba. Have you seen the difference in how that team's played since Saliba's come out of the team with Holding in there? And they've only lost one player to that 11. Everyone else is there. Saka, Zinchenko, Martinelli.
Yeah. But again,
one player can change the whole dynamic.
Yeah. But we're not.
I don't want to carry anyone anymore.
No, but bro, comparing Fabinho to Holding is really bad.
I'm not comparing him to Holding. I'm comparing the systems drift that one player can unbalance everything.
Yeah, but Holding is poor. Saliba missing isn't so much the problem. It's Holding is poor. And I don't even necessarily think it's fair to blame Holding. I just think as a team, they just seem to be not dealing with the pressure very well.
I'm not blaming Holding. I'm saying that when he comes into the team, I've not once called Holding a rubbish player. But they're obviously carrying him because they're not able to play the same as when Saliba's there. So everything in the whole team changes.
I don't know, man. I think it's the weight of expectations, maybe. It's not even maybe anything to do with Holding. Weight of expectation. Like maybe they are just crumbling under the pressure.
But I'll be honest, if Saliba's playing in the game at Anfield and they go 2-0 up, then we ain't coming back into that game, I don't believe.
I've seen Saliba get moved to a bit, you know.
Yeah, we have, but we've seen Holding get moved to way more.
I don't even know. Has he? I don't actually know if I've really seen Holding getting moved to. Like, I'm not going to lie. In the last 3 or 4 games, like I don't actually know if Holding has been the problem. And again, I don't think Holding's good, but I don't know. Like, Lee, maybe you could. I mean, he's saying that Holding's shit. I'm not saying he's a good player, but yeah, look, I'm not going to lie. I don't know if Lee's just getting angry, but I think Partey's the one who's been a real drop-off, Cal, if you're going to look at form of some of the Arsenal players.
No, I'm not saying form hasn't dropped, but I'm saying look how they play, though. They've got to play different with Holding than they would have to with Saliba.
Partey's just been poor, bro, for about 3 or 4 games. Like, I don't even think it's got anything to do with Holding, bro.
They can't play high line with Holding, can they?
Have they been playing high line anyway, though? I don't
this
think
season they have been playing a pretty high line. Not as
Have
high
they?
as we like. Our high line's just ridiculous. We might as well be in the opposition box. But they play quite a high line. But Saliba and Gabriel have got that pace and strength to get back in there. Holding, they can't do that with Holding.
Yeah, Ramsdale's been fluffing a lot recently. I don't know if you can blame Holding, you know. I can't even lie.
Blaming Holding.
No, I'm not saying you are. I'm not saying you are. I'm just saying that generally speaking, I think Arsenal are kind of just buckling under the pressure. I don't think it's an individual. I just think as a team, they seem to be, and like Partey, Ramsdale, some of their bigger performers. Saka, I'm not going to lie, Saka's been really poor for about 3 or 4 games. I just think their main players seem to be either getting tired or buckling under the pressure. I think Holding coming in makes it seem like that, but Partey's been really bad. Saka's been way below. Martinelli seems to be the only one that's kind of kept his level up, if I'm being honest. Like, if I'm looking at them overall, I think Martinelli's the only one that really seems to have maintained his level. Jesus is playing well, but we've all known he's not really a goal scorer. So I don't know, man. I don't know.
Throughout the season, that's where people are meant to carry the water load and different. Like Saka was carrying Arsenal. All right, I won't use the term carrying us, but Saka was the main man when Martinelli was in his bad form, and now Saka's tailed off a little bit. Martinelli stepped up. That's the way it used. Like Salah and Mane did that all the time. When one dropped a little bit, the other one would step up, and vice versa.
Yeah.
Jay says Stevie Nichols says they used to drink in the stadium after games. Yeah, they did. Yeah, these men didn't play about back in the day. Someone says rank them based on ability. Suarez, Torres, Sturridge on ability.
Ooh.
Suarez, Sturridge, Torres.
Suarez, Torres, Sturridge. Sorry, Sturridge, my guy.
Black Bruce Lee says, big up. Would you keep Hendo's backup for Trent? Absolutely not.
No, not for backup for Trent.
Ed says, I agree with Cal. We lost Genie, we lost the intensity. Facts. Star Dane says, I'm giving Klopp next season, but definitely need to see ruthlessness tactically and player-wise. Feel he uses the underdog thing to escape accountability.
I disagree, but fair days.
Right. One last caller before we head off, people. Pause.
It was good.
What's going on? That is literally the last voice I thought I was about to hear. I'm not even gonna lie. What's going on, bro?
Man.
What's going on, G? What's going on?
All right, man. I'm all right, man. I've been hearing a lot of shit going on in the chat, man. I have to come in and put people in their place, man. What the fuck's going on? Like, I want to understand, like, since when has it become an issue for people to have opinions?
I don't know.
Where are we, bro? Are we in the dynasty, like the Kang dynasty or something? Dictatorship and shit? What the fuck's going on, bro? Like, I don't understand. Like, I just don't understand what the fuck is going on, man. Not even when Trump was in office, with people, Americans acting this way and shit. You know what I mean? Like, what the fuck? Like, and it's like these Kop-inners, bro. And I'll put you to the side, Drift, because I think you do sometimes come with, you know, like if you have an opinion, right, you got to back up that opinion, right? You gotta come out and state some facts, right? And you tend to do that. But there's some people, man, that are so far up his ass. Like, I question, like, are they hearing okay? Is so much shit in your ears type shit? You know what I mean? These are the type of people, bro, that will see their missus getting their cheeks clapped. And when the dude busted her face, the dude leaves and they'll wipe her face and shit. Like, what the fuck's wrong with these people, bro? It gets tiring, bro. Like, it's like, bro, like, and not to say here, and I'm being Cal's protector or something, bro, but it gets out of hand, bro. Like, these motherfuckers have selective hearing, bro. Hear what the man is saying, bro. You know what I mean? Like, what the fuck, bro? Like, and I'm not trying to act like some goon or nothing like that, bro. But it's like, what the fuck?
My days.
Chris.
You know what I mean? But oh, thank you for shouting me out earlier about Alan Ravella and stuff. I've been saying him for like a year now, but it's nice to see people are actually like catching on and like expanding their mindset and expanding their knowledge of the game and stuff. He's being quoted at 13 million right now from Boca Juniors and shit.
30 or 13, sorry.
13 million right now. Like, to best describe him in a way where you guys can understand, I think he has a lot of similarities to Sergio Busquets in his prime. Now, obviously, you can't really translate, Argentinian football to European football, but if you can get him young and then cultivate him, I think it's a good deal in my opinion. But there's a lot of good South American talents out there. You got Christian Medina from Boca Juniors as well, but he's got a little bit raw. But there's a lot of players out there where you can invest, I guess, 20 million on 3 players, and like Cal says, like, you get them if they're good, right? And if they're bad, then you flip them, and then you make profit and stuff. But right now, I currently don't see any players in our squad that we can flip for money anymore. I think we moved past that window that some of these players don't really have value anymore. And to talk about a little bit about, I think you guys don't really talk about it, but I think the issue with Liverpool is, I think we have an injury-prone system. I think the system is what causes most of our injuries. Now, if we want to talk statistically speaking, like I've said multiple times, about 70% of our injuries come from training. The other 20s come from impact injuries through games. So that speaks volume, you know what I mean? So it doesn't really matter what player we bring in, but if we continue with this training regime and this training method, then it doesn't really matter if we bring injury-free players, you know what I mean? So I wanted to ask a question in regards to Klopp's tactics. Why did it take so long for him to change? Is it, you know what I mean? Like the last 2 games, he wants to change this whole inverted thing. Like, why did it take so long? And I think this is my issue with Klopp this season, is the fact that, well, why so long? And I think this is the frustration with a lot of fans now. Is it's like we're seeing his tactical frailties, So, and obviously I have my issue with the staff, but I don't want to get into that because I don't want to cost you guys like sponsorship deals and shit like that. But Cal knows what I went through and shit like that with Liverpool and shit. But but that's that. That's all I had to say. None but love for y'all. Just have to try to put people in their place and shit like that. You know what I mean? So yeah, none but love for y'all. Let me get out of here.
You're a legend, bro.
Big up, bro. Big up. That analogy was wild, though, but big up, bro.
Nah. Sometimes people need to hear that shit, bro. Because, you know what I mean? You bring up the analogy about marriage and FSG and shit, which I don't agree with, but then I'm going to bring a different analogy, even though mine is more crazier than yours. But hopefully people can understand this shit. You know what I mean?
I think they definitely got it.
let me get out of here. Nothing but
big up, bro.
Chris, big up yourself, bro.
Big up, bro. Big up.
I'll let you answer. As I said, I'm kind of just stepping back from this Klopp thing. What's your thoughts on it taking him so long to change tactics and do something different?
There definitely has been an element of stubbornness within it that has been frustrating. Before we went to the World Cup, he changed it and we started to win. Then when we came back from the World Cup, he reverted back to type, and then he's changed again. So it has been a bit frustrating. There's no doubt about that, and I definitely do wonder why. And did he think eventually it will come good, and it just kept getting bad? And he was like, "No, it will come good." And I don't know, but then there are some games where we played that same system and we were good. Obviously, there are times when we didn't. It's just been a bit of a mad season. I just hope this is the one-off bad season and then we get back to ways. One thing I will say, even though I do believe that the system does have a lot to do with the injury, so I agree with Chris to a degree with that. I would also like to caveat that 2 years out of the 5 years, we didn't have many injuries and we nearly won like everything during those times. And the system has won us all the things that we've won. We've been to 3 Champions League finals. We've been to Europa League final. We've been to, you know, quite a few domestic finals. Like, I just think it's a little bit of, I don't know, like I said, it's just like that. At the moment, it's not doing well, so let's be judgmental of it. But it was doing well and nobody was bothered about it. So it's a bit of everything. I just don't think there's just one answer to things. I think there's a lot of things that play a part in everything. Klopp's way of playing football has won him everything he's won and made him who he is. To a degree, who are we to tell him he should change? Even if maybe he should, who are we to tell him to change when he's been so successful and become the manager he is, playing the way he believes to play? I don't know. It goes both ways, I guess.
Fair dues. Jay says Chris pulled up like Goldberg. Says you're next. Yeah, Chris won't play no games tonight. Still,
yeah, that analogy was wild. I didn't even know who the people were. I just saw the vision. It was mad. I didn't put a face on it, but I saw the vision. It was mad.
I don't even know how you start that conversation, bro.
Ooh.
I came home to that, boy. Ooh.
Mad thing.
People, thank you so much for rocking with us this evening. If you haven't already, please do smash the like button, subscribe if you're new. We're not doing a watch along tomorrow because it is a 3 p.m. kickoff, and you guys know what that means. For us, unfortunately, we can't do the 3 p.m. kickoffs as watch alongs, but we will be live straight after the game. Win, lose, or draw, but it better be a bloody win. So, people, do let us know in the comments your thoughts on tonight. Also, let us know your score predictions for the Forest game. And we hope to see you tomorrow. And we're all celebrating, dropping a celebration beat and laughing and joking. And results go well for us. You never know. We could be in that top 6. And we go from there. Zlatan says, Chris pulls up, heard Gangster's Paradise by yeah. For real. And bless you all. Really appreciate you all. Until we see you, well, later on today. Jay says you should get a VPN to watch these games. Jay, working on something behind the scenes. Don't worry, bro. Don't worry. Working something behind the scenes. And bless you all, people. Until we see you later on today. Stay safe, stay blessed. We're Kopish. We're out, people. Take care.
Peace.